There's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and it's what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer.
Alan Wake's a writer? Oh, I didn't even know that. Hey, Alan. Hey, cutie.
I've always had a vivid imagination.
Doing good. How are you?
This dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes.
When did this game come out? Hi, Yeti. Do you get a shout out for Yeti?
Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately
entering Night Springs.
A lighthouse. For some urgent
Girl, stay on the road.
Hi. I've been driving too fast.
Hi, Funko. Can we? Happy birthday, Funko. Can we get a shout out? Ooh. Can we get a shout out
I'd seen the hitchhiker
for the Funko? Girl, you were swerving. You were drinking. This bitch was drinking. Dead by Daylight. Yeti was playing no game. Here we hit a car. The car. We hit a person.
Never see Alice again.
We gotta listen to this. We gotta listen. Ah. Yes, I owe you your birthday present. You know what it is. No, it's Alaska Thunderfuck from Drag Race.
Suddenly, his body was gone.
Episode 1, Nightmare. First of all,
I was in shock from the crash.
Whoa.
I could hardly stand my feet.
Did we just become best friends?
Yep. Damon, thanks for the follow. It was. Ooh, sounds good. We do love Alaska. Look up. Wait. Reverse your controls. Look down. No, I'm good here. I think I'm good, right? Like down, up. I don't like reverse. It's too much for me. If you like reverse controls, that's cool. But for me, no. All right, so the controls actually aren't terrible. They're really not bad. We hit somebody. I was in deep thought before we hit them. He was swerving and he was drunk. I'm gonna examine.
The radiator had broken when I hit the hitchhiker. The car wasn't going anywhere. I had to go to the lighthouse. I knew there was something important waiting for me there.
Thanks for the lurk. I think it's cool that like he narrates his own, like what he's doing. You know what I mean? I think it's really fun. So he's a writer. This is a nightmare. We're in Night Springs, Rain Cove Point. Oh, yeah. Nice. Thanks, Damon. Thanks for the follow. Did I meet you at TwitchCon? Missing. Is that me? Have you seen this man? Call 555-878-10341. I don't know. Let's go down there. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Fuck me.
Even recognize me, do you, Ryder?
Run, bitch! Run!
You think you can just make up stuff? Play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama?
The fuck is this guy doing? What am I focusing on? What do you want? Go away. Go away.
You'll never publish another one of your shitty stories, cause I'm gonna kill you. It's not like your stories are any good. Not like they have any artistic merit. You're a lousy writer. Cheap thrills and pretentious shit. That's all you're good for. Just look at me.
You're ghosty. Oh, he pushed me down the steps. Now I can't get back up there. It tells me to get to the lighthouse. I'm gonna get to the lighthouse. How do I sprint again? Okay, cool. I can jump over. Stuff. I know. He hates our writing.
You missed your deadline.
You can dodge enemy attacks with that and. Ooh.
You can't stop me.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, come on. Let's do it. You ready? Hit me. Okay.
I realized realized that the hitchhiker was a character from the story I'd been working on.
Okay.
How does it feel to die by the hands of your own creation?
Oh, wow. Is there a tornado behind me? Oh, okay. There's a tornado behind me. I'm looping the tornado. I'm looping the tornado. Run, bitch! Please run faster, Alan Wake. I'm coming. I'm trying. I'm trying. Oh, we got time. It's like all the way back there. Hi, Silver. Happy Tuesday. Hi, Scorpio. Happy, I'm going. Is that a Letterman jacket? How old is that guy? Ooh, cutscene. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. He got locked, bro.
No! Damn it, die! No! No! No!
I was
Oh,
trapped.
God.
There was no way out.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Ooh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Ooh. Multiple TVs. Ooh, God, this guy likes TV. No, baby, no. Baby, no. Baby, no. I'm not okay right now.
I had to get out.
I'm trying, babe. I'm trying. I'm literally. I don't know what to do here. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Woohoo.
Follow the light.
Try. I'm so. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What is this game? Why did I do this? Who did this?
You are hurt. You should go into the light. You are only safe there.
Oh, okay. Stay in the safe haven until you have to go. Okay, get back. You're completely healed. My health's at the top left, if you guys didn't know.
Well done. I have something important to tell you. It goes like this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home lies a deeper, darker ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene. To its ports I've been. To its ports I've been. Do you understand?
No.
Follow my light.
This lighthouse sucks. Oh. Oh, wow. Never mind.
Your dream to teach you. The darkness is dangerous. It's sleeping now. When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only show you the most important thing.
Hi, Plasmid. How you doing?
The hitchhiker has been taken over.
Good
by
afternoon,
dark
Oh.
presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from
Mordek,
all
good
harm.
afternoon.
Only
First
light
time
can
playing
drive
it.
the
So.
darkness away and make
Go
him
away, guy.
vulnerable again.
Go
Here,
away.
Take the light.
Pick up the light. Oh, thank you. That shit up. Yeah, give me that.
Turn your flashlight toward him and burn the darkness away.
Rawr! Die, you bastard. We know what you look like. Blind the killer. Blind the killer. Ooh, fuck me, shit. Yes. So you. So.
You did it.
You okay, bad guy?
Now the darkness no longer protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here, take the gun.
Oh, okay. You don't have to add me twice. I'm gonna fucking shoot your ass. Boom. How are you still? What? It's a gun. What's wrong with you? Oh my gosh, this is so violent. I'm so sorry, chat.
You've done well.
I didn't know it was gonna be like
Remember
this.
what I've taught you. That is all.
I didn't know I was gonna commit murder.
In the nightmare, a terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse.
He's the killer! Yeah! He's the killer!
If you're out there lurking or you're new here, go ahead and hit that follow button if you're liking what you're seeing. Chaos, violent, gay chaos. Guns. Oh my gosh, we love shooting bad guys. No. Oh my gosh, enough of you. Hi, Sparky, welcome in. Enough of you and your bullshit. I'm gonna shoot you with my gun. Oh shit. God, reload fast. Oh, holy crap. Oh. Just stay down, I don't want to kill you. Yeah, he didn't want to die. I mean, he didn't want to live. He didn't listen when I said, stay down. Ow, fuck. I just want to run to the lighthouse. You all suck, I don't care about you. Run, baby, run. Run, baby. Ugh. I'm not fighting all of them. I'm not. Ooh, there's so many bad guys. Maybe I should have. Kill that one. Oh. Run, baby, run. I don't want to die. I'm just gonna keep running. Just keep running. Oh, just keep running. I'm really tired now. If I get into the light, I can heal. I'm gonna heal. I'm gonna go heal. Oh, no. Look, it says Alan Wake at the top. Ooh. Okay, lighthouse is right here. Running, and we're running. And we're running. I'm really tired. Alan Wake won't run any faster. Oh, cool. And we're running. What's that? Oh, I don't have time. Oh god, I don't have time. Actually really close, so get in there because I can hear it. Yeah, he did. He was just he's a writer. Another cutscene.
Run, bitch! Run!
Oh, sure. For sure. We love a good Alan Wake character, though. We love a good Alan Wake.
He's here.
Oh my god, what is this game even about?
Wake up.
Is he right?
Shh, baby.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's
another nightmare.
yeah, baby.
Everything's fine.
Him.
You dozed off.
Yeah, babe.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Alan looks a little different in the original game.
Cheer up, handsome.
I mean, he's still handsome. He is handsome for sure. He's still handsome. Like I would still do him. I mean, go out with him. And he's a writer. Ooh. So all that was a dream. Welcome to Bright Falls. Bright Falls. It's Daddy Allen. Fresh seafood. I like this little town. It's cute. It's Daddy Allen. It is. Daddy Allen. Alan Wake. Bright Falls. Checkpoint reached. Yay. That's our bags. That's our stuff.
Let's act like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want a shot of you with the town in the background.
Okay.
Sure. I'll even give you a title for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear.
Hi, mister.
Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have a lovely wife. If you don't mind me saying.
I kind of do.
Nice to meet you.
I kind of do mind you saying that about my wife.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station.
Yeah.
Any chance I could get an interview?
Look,
Sure.
Mr. Maine, I'm on vacation. In fact, I'd appreciate it if we could keep my being here just between the two of us. I'm sure you understand.
Fair enough. You can trust me to be discreet.
Yeah,
Not
sure.
a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a lovely holiday.
Yeah, thank you. Holiday. Vacation.
Very nice. I got a couple of really good ones.
Yeah?
And I see you made a friend.
Oh, totally.
That's cute.
Best friends, babe.
Right.
Best friends. Hello?
Yeah?
Alan?
Bestseller? How's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah. We just got here.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just
He
say
answered the
word,
phone with
Al.
yeah, not hello.
I'll make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great, great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge. So,
Fresh
how was the
seafood.
place?
L. Jenkins Smokefish Company. Ooh.
We're just settling in.
A lot of fish. A lot of
I'll call
fish.
back later to make sure you're doing
This
okay.
is...
And you call me if there's a
This is like a
problem, okay?
lake, but...
Hey, I'm just looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
Right?
I love you too, Barry.
Like, it looks like it's by... It's northern... Northern America? Maybe northeast? Maybe northwest. I don't know.
He says hi to you too.
Hey. This looks like it's northwest.
We're here. Come
Really?
on, let's get back to the car.
Okay, let's get back to the car. Let's leave that fucking ferry, bro.
We need to stop at the local diner to get the cabin key from the landlord, a Mr. Carl Stuckey. He's waiting for us.
TBH, I do love
I'll
how
fill her up while you
this
get the
game,
key.
it's
I'll
like,
pick
it's like,
you up here in, say, 15 minutes?
Sure.
it's not like zombies. I don't have to worry about zombies. It's great.
Alan, thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on. I'll promise to behave.
Oh, he's so cutie. Mwah. Cutie. Oh, local diners.
Forgotten there were still places
Oh
like
God,
this.
not a fucking cutout
Towns where
about
everybody
me.
knew everybody.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake. Alan Wake. Oh, God. I am your biggest fan. I know people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to
Hi,
hear that.
Lebre. Lebre, how you
Rose.
doing? We get a
Rose,
shout out.
I'm looking for Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl? Of course, Mr.
Carl?
Wake. He must have gone to visit the
Of
restaurant.
course.
He'll be back in a moment. I can't believe it. I've got all
I
these
love
books.
local diners. If you go to
I got the cat
Guerneville,
from the bookstore.
like 2 hours
I need to be out
north,
the window.
Overwatch 2. That's right, baby.
Here. Well,
If you go to Guerneville, like 2 hours north of San Francisco, you get one of these diners that I swear to God, it looks just like this, and they're all locals. Hi. And there's a cutout of me. Hi, Apollo. How you doing?
'cause it'll break your
There's a
heart.
cutout of me right there. I'm
Let's
so
see here,
cute.
Mr.
I'm
No Longer
adorable.
Human.
Oh, thank y'all.
Nothing but black coffee under a thin layer of skin.
Hi, Sheriff.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
Sheriff.
Do me a favor, Sonny. I could really use a tune right
Oh,
now.
I'm so sorry.
Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox.
You got it, old
I
man.
do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep.
I understand.
Bad circulation.
I understand, Sonny.
Are you serious? Coconut again?
I love
Disgust
coconut.
me.
Jesus Christ,
Call
old man.
yourself a rocker.
All right.
Unbelievable.
Let's do this. Cause I'm a jukebox hero. Got
You put
stars
the
in
lime the
his
coconut,
eyes.
Drink them both up.
Just because we're brothers, don't think I won't murder you and your
What is this game? What is it? Let me get that coffee, baby. Give me that coffee.
Yes, that's my favorite tune.
I don't hear anything.
Shut your mouth, you demented has-been.
What the fuck are these
I have
guys?
my hammer.
Jesus
I can
Christ.
shut it for you.
Those guys are going in my next book. Do you have to go to the bathroom, sir? Are you,
Don't go in there.
Oh, ma'am. I'm so sorry.
You can hurt yourself in the dark.
I think I can handle it, ma'am.
I didn't want to wait. I wanted to find Stuckey, to get the key and get out as soon as possible.
Yeah.
The waitress was giving me a headache.
Yeah.
Eager fans always did.
Oof. Damn. I hate eager fans. I mean, I love all my fans so much. I love my fans. Just kidding. I'm not like Alan. He can be a dick. Happy
Hello?
Spoopy month. Okay.
Mr. Stuckey?
There's one in the hate. There's an old diner in the hate.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, but
it's
those.
taken
I mean, it's a bigger diner because it's like.
But I have the key for you and
Cutscene.
instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay. at the
Okay.
inn. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in
What's going on with her?
and to meet your wife. I insist.
Oof. Damn.
Thanks.
His teeth are like, why is his teeth so like talky? Like, "Arr." Like every time his mouth's open, his teeth are fanged, bro.
Cauldron Lake is a special place. Very inspiring.
Did you just come from a funeral, or are you prepared for your own? Because, all right, we'll see you later. Damn. Was she in the men's bathroom? Because that's
You got
fine.
lucky this time, young man.
Sure
you
did.
can hurt yourself in the dark.
Oh, for sure.
This really ought to be fixed, and then I must remind Sarah to change the lights at the station. It's been too long already.
Do you have to pee? Do you need help? Do you need me to walk you over there? Are they asleep?
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you all right?
Her voice is scary. I'm gonna use the jukebox again.
Splendid!
Oh.
Damn hernia. It swells up like a
Yeah.
balloon if I lift anything heavier than a spoon. Yeah. Splendid. It's
You don't know
been a
any?
long
Yeah.
time.
The Andersons, they're
Not this guy.
local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up.
There's so many
He wandered off
characters.
from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Okay, see you later. Cauldron Lake. Hey, that's my wife.
Bye, Mr. Wake.
Bye, Miss.
Mission accomplished. The key and the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights, just in case.
Right, just in case I need to blind the darkness.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
What in the hell? I thought he gave us a key.
That diner was a real nut house.
Can you believe this?
I thought he
place?
gave us the key.
This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure it out when we get back home.
Hi, Sushi.
Okay.
How are you,
We
girl?
can talk about this later.
You give Sushi a shout out?
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to.
I think we do, Phil. I think we might. I think we might.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years, not since my last book.
And now the weather. It's gonna be a clear night, so you folks in the big city.
Super interesting. Never played Alan Wake before, but he's a character in Dead by Daylight. Super cutie. Super cute daddy. It's suspenseful. He's a writer. We had a bad nightmare, and that was the first chapter. And now we're like going on to our lodge, but I think we have the wrong key. The Diver's Isle.
It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right. Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
Come on, honey.
Alice had a phobia, the fear of darkness.
Ooh.
I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
Alice has a phobia of the darkness. Anybody else have phobias? I used to have arachnophobia, but I conquered that fear. Ow, my eyeball. I have claustrophobia, for sure. For sure. I'm a big guy. Like people who met me at TwitchCon, I'm a big dude. And I do not like small places. Come on, honey. You want me to carry that for you? Oh, it's okay. My hands hurt. Terrified of snakes? Can't even look at photos? Really? Sushi. Whoa. Snakes are pretty cool. I like snakes though. But I know people who are afraid of snakes. Anybody else? Your mom's like that? Phil, do you have a phobia?
Let's take a look inside.
Open the door.
What's up, brother?
What's up, Dustin? Ooh, how you doing? Does anybody have any phobias out there since Alice's phobia is darkness?
It's dark in there.
I know, babe. I know, babe.
Can you figure out how to get the power on, honey?
Yeah, babe.
Sure
Of
thing.
course,
I'm
babe.
on it.
I got you, babe. I got you, babe. I'm a good husband, by the way. I am a good husband. Now let's go find those generators
Hello?
so we can
Anyone here?
look. You like big bugs? You have a fear of bigs. Oh, you have a fear of big bugs. Okay, like cicadas. Hey. Yeah.
Your fest guests have already started to arrive. Just ran into one on the ferry. Famous artist, no less. Let's see if we can rope him into an interview later on. Now let's
This guy talking about it. At least he didn't name drop Alan Wake, you know. Snakes suck. I'm scared of spiders, but they gross me. They're not scared. Okay. Like I used to be scared of them. Like they would crawl in my ear. Great.
I'm sure he's glad to be here too. Well,
You have bird phobia?
I guess the secret's out. This is Pat Maine. I'm KBF.
Frickin' the diner person told the city that we're here. We're supposed to be. Oh, come on, diner person. I don't see any generators out here at the lake, you guys. We're trying to turn the power back on from our girlfriend, but
The water was clear but dark. It looked very deep.
clear but dark. I kind of like that it's deep, but it's also really scary. But there's a house over there. There's like a house over there, or is that a rock? That's a rock. Where is the power? She literally can't because the bug fear phobia. I try to think of it as like, yes, I don't want them crawling on me. Yes, they are kind of scary, but also yes, they're like working out of instinct. They can't really think. It's like they're just moving instinctively. So like if you just act like they're fine or you're fine,
A shoebox filled with books by Thomas Zane sat on the shelf. I'd never heard of him before.
I bet we can read them. Love that he narrates this.
Goes to that shed over there.
Oh, babe, thank you for figuring out for me. So I would be lost without you, honestly. You're the best wife ever. You know, it's not dark over here. Not like you couldn't just do it yourself. Just kidding, just kidding. Babe, love you, babe. Hi, Sarah. Welcome in. Good morning. Love you. I love you, babe. I was just joking, babe. It's for my writer. I'm a writer, okay? Ooh, generator.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable.
Ew. Start it. I liked it. I like the way that you could interact with the game to like seal checks. Like that was cool. No wonder Alan Wake is in Dead by Daylight. No way, babe. Okay, babe.
Okay, I'll look around a bit.
Yeah, babe. Thanks, babe. I'm gonna have a great time out here in this little forest area. Super fun.
It was a beautiful place. I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work. I thought we could be happy here.
Hey, babe. Return to Alice. Getting dark, guys. Getting real dark. Oh.
The island had once been the site for a love story. Maybe it would be that again.
No, he's just narrating everything. He's a writer. He's a writer. Like I like this. I like the story. I like the narration. It tells us what's going on. It's a different type of game. I'm not used to this kind of game. I enjoy it. Yes. Have you ever played this game, Dustin? This is my first playthrough of Alan Wake.
Honey?
Alice? Where'd she go? You out here, babe? Babe, it's getting dark. Babe? Baby? You upstairs, baby? Ooh, baby, guys, she's upstairs. Bow chicka wow wow. Let's go, baby.
I'm upstairs.
Okay, I'm just checking these two. Ooh, what kind of surprise? What you got going on, baby? Shit, you know I like surprises. Come on now. All right. Ooh, ooh. Hey, babe.
Hello there.
I'm not the surprise.
Oh.
It's in the study. Go take a look.
The study.
Okay.
Oh, man, come on. You sure, baby? We got time. Come on now. Oh, shit. Fine. Is this the study? This is the
Surprise!
Oh, not a type.
What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past.
Damn it, Alice, everyone
Hey, just hear me out. There's
Yeah.
a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here.
I'm not
he
sure.
specializes in helping artists.
So now you want to get me committed?
No, it's not like that. That's not. Alan? Alan?
Just don't. I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice. God damn it. I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through.
Why he's so angry? He's so angry. Oh shit.
Damn it. Alice?
Alice? Alice!
Alan Wake 2, yeah.
On dark. All the lights were out.
Alice, I'm coming! Oh shit!
It's all right. I'm
The
coming.
f-
What the hell?
Alice? Alice?
You guys?
Oh no!
Is she dead? Oh!
Keep going. Wake up.
Alice?
It's very suspenseful.
Waking up in the crashed car felt like I had woken from one nightmare and entered another.
What?
I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice. The phone was dead. I'd have to find help on foot.
What the hell? Is this the same car we had? Bro, it almost came off the edge. Stuckies. Country store. Soda light. Tough tires, batteries. 200 yards? Interesting.
The gas station was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike
Gasoline.
to get there.
That long, but gas maybe. Ew. I would be sweating my butt off. I mean, unless it's cold, because he's wearing like 4 layers. Literally, he looks cute, but he's wearing like 4 fucking layers. Oh yeah, I know. Wow, we're like in another dream of a dream. It's called Inception. Alan Wake Inception. Honestly, I'm just going with the flow. I'm not even gonna question it until things start to make sense. I don't know where I'm going. Is there a river? Is there a bridge nearby?
Hello?
Oh, the light. Follow the light. Ow! It's really blinding, actually. I do enjoy that there's so many cutscenes because we're like watching a movie and I don't have to go that far for like, you know, for cutscene. Is this my writing? I bet you it's my writing.
The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night.
Holy fuck me in the butt. What? You have found manuscript pages. You can access them with that button. Okay. Okay. Well, that means there's an axe murderer here, and I don't really want to get axe murdered, so that would suck. Oh, I see some axe murderers. I see axe murderer.
I've been in an accident.
I just want to go that way to the gas station. I don't want to go to where the axe murderer is. Do I have a flashlight? I don't know if I have a checkpoint. Reach the gas station. Okay, let's go. We are walking into the woods. I see a river.
Lights up ahead were a good sign.
Oh no.
Have to hike
You
all
guys.
the way down to the gas station to find a phone.
Yeah. So we're basically entering in like a lumber yard with a bunch of wood. It looks like it's been all chopped down, and it looks kind of creepy because it's at night. Yeah, I just don't like this at all. Super scary. Hello, I've been in an accident. Hello.
Hey.
Ooh, fuck me.
Hey, you! Phil! There's been an accident. I need help. Listen, I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Oh, hell.
Carl Stucky. Pleased to meet you.
Oh, it's Stucky.
Non-refundable reservation deposit required. Fair and square.
Oh no, sorry, Ro. I'm not ready to be a dad yet. I'm not ready to be a dad yet. I still have to play Alan Wake. Oh, pick up the manuscript pages. Okay, we're picking up pages. Picking up, what's this? Pick up the coffee thermos. Okay, we're picking up the coffee thermos. We're gonna run. We're gonna run. Oh shit! Okay, some pile of logs just all over. Almost hit us. Oh god, people are jumping from the sky. Jumping. Is this a boss? Probably not, right? Oh. Oh my god!
The latest.
We got into the
I had to
house?
figure a way
Shut
out
the
of
door.
this. Any second now, and Stucky would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The Shining.
He already was. There's a gun. I got a gun now. Okay, we have a gun and we have a flashlight. Picking up batteries. A lot of batteries. Looked like it said Duracell, but it wasn't.
During your
Revolver ammo. I don't like that he's being so crazy.
Yes.
Hurry.
Hello?
Oh my god, he cut the lines. He cut the lines. He cut the phone lines, you guys. He cut. Oh.
This is bad.
He's in a car. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, open the door. Oh my god, please open the door. He rammed this truck. Oh, he's tipping me over. He's tipping me over. Oh my god. Okay, he pushed the house away. How did I get hurt? Okay, the doors are opening on their own. And crazy guy is...
More of them.
Ooh. Die. Like, seriously, just die. You right there. Okay, insert battery. Okay. Reload my gun. Reload my gun. Reload. Shoot him. I'm gonna shoot him. Like headshots. I won't work on him. Okay, I'm gonna insert.
Bounded with a concussion. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone.
Two people.
Or something.
Two
There were
people.
no bodies. They just disappeared.
The light makes
I was
these
screaming.
yellow things
It
happen.
felt real enough to make me sick.
What's the yellow shit? When I shine the light on certain objects, these like little yellow splotches. That looks like an arrow telling me to go that way. Okay, so it's like indications of where to go. But there's a power box here that I kind of want to kick it. Did I break it? I fucking broke it. Oh shit! I shouldn't have kicked it.
The Dark Forest was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I had to get to the gas station.
I want to know where my okay, so it is indicating
Hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight.
Yeah.
Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it.
Yes. What's this? Huh. What I would like to know is where's my sprinting? I have 3 batteries left, but the batteries don't run out when I'm not shining on them. So interesting. Get over this. And get over this. No, stop being weird. Stop being weird. Seriously. Oh, he's throwing shit. I think that was an accident, chat. I don't think I was supposed to hit him with the flare. But I fucking shot a flare. Give me the batteries. Give me the revolver. over here? Is anybody else scared? Because I'm scared. Doom, 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 doom. Pick up the manuscript pages. I'm going to play Alan Wake for a long time now. Oh. Let me jump down.
Run, bitch! Run!
Oh, Throne Shade, you and Throne Shade. Welcome in. I think my mod might be, what the fuck was that?
What the hell was that?
Hi. I see you too. Wait, I don't see you, but I see your name. Do we get a shout out? I don't know if my mod is in a meeting right now. Also guys, we are taking applications for mods. I'm getting like 2 to 3 more just for shout outs and stuff. The applications at the top.
I realized that I'd have to find.
Hi, is he right next to you? Hi. Throne Shade right there. They were in the drag showcase, and I got to know them and their partner more during the bars we went to and hung out. League of Legends, heck yeah. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Reach the gas station. So this month of October, I'm playing all scary games, and we're starting with Alan Wake. I've never played it before, but Alan Wake is on is in a Dead by Daylight game. So I just want to see why, you know, what the game that came from was, and this is it. And it's kind of suspenseful and thrilling, and no zombies, which I'm cool with because I don't really want to deal with zombies right now. Yeah, I thought you were in a meeting, so no worries. Thank you for the shout out. And I'm supposed to get to the gas station all over there, I think. I believe. Oh, that looks like death. That looks like certain death, actually. Uh-huh. Maybe not. Maybe not over there. Maybe not that way. The way I run is kind of funny. Go this way. All right. A bad guy. Wait, where'd he go? I am happy to be home, yes. I like that I can sleep in my own bed.
Stucky was still out there in the dark.
I had a great time at TwitchCon. Did you have a great time? I'm just happy to like be able to access my fridge whenever, chill whenever. We had a good weekend. It was a fulsome weekend. The weekend after TwitchCon. I know, right? Because drag is pretty. Oh, that hurt. Drag's pretty painful. Oh. And you were in drag like the whole time. Phil, did you have a good Folsom? Oh crap, you guys. Stay down, bad guy. Guys, he's not staying down. I don't know why he wants to kill me. I didn't do anything. Honestly, did. Oh, okay. So, I live in San Francisco, California. And San Francisco is well known for having this big street fair every year called Folsom Street Fair. And there's like so many people, like hundreds and hundreds of people. A lot of the streets are blocked off downtown. And it's like a leather pride. So think of like harnesses and jock straps and chains and ropes. And, you know, we have a store here called Mr. S Leather that I have modeled for, and they sell gear like that, and they have this whole big thing set up outside. It's kind of sexual. It's a sex positive thing. People walk around basically half naked or naked, and it's actually super fun. I've lived here for 4 years, so I got to experience every year. It's pretty fun. But they have a thing called Dory Alley as well, which is in the summer. It's a little more gay. Folsom has become this like mainstream thing where there's a lot of heterosexual people, there's a lot of gays, there's bisexuals, there's like just everybody. So it's a big thing. Why is that, Phil? I think I'm getting close, chat. I think I'm getting close. But you know, they have like you know, they have parties, they have events, they have day parties, they have night parties, they have sex parties, they have orgies. I tried to, I did it, I lay low this year. I didn't really do much, but I did have some fun over the weekend. So. The fair kind of gives me anxiety. Okay, there's a light there. Because there's just so many people. Like, it's shoulder to shoulder sometimes. So when I did go last year, I had my headphones in listening to, like, calming music. But it's fun to participate. It is. Actually, it is. I mean, the thing is, there's so much to see that, like, no one's, like, forcing anybody to participate. But as a person who can walk around, you definitely can look and be like, that's interesting. And what it is, it's like leather kink and pride and kink pride and stuff like that. So you'll see a lot of people like doing things, but it's like in their own little world, I guess, while others observe. So you can be a voyeur or an exhibitionist. Oh no, not the Elgato Clark in error. And I'm supposed to hear like trying to get a partnership with Elgato. Come on, Elgato. What the heck? How could you do this to me, Elgato? Thought we were cool. Not the error. Yeah, we did. Bruno, who's Bruno, Phil? Bruno Mars? Let's see what I could do, guys. Sorry about this. Oh, okay. Well, you're gonna see a lot of that, Phil, and you're also gonna see a lot of porn stars. So I would say porn people. Camera hub. Turn this off. End it. See what's going on here. Why aren't you working? Elgato camera. There we go. Sorry about that. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I do like Elgato, and I was able to interview with Elgato on the floor at TwitchCon. But sometimes their equipment gets a little wonky, either because there needs to be an update, or which is silly because I'm running a game, so an older game shouldn't be that much of an issue right now. But I emailed 2 of the people for partnerships, and I haven't checked my email yet about that, but I'm sure we will get partnerships with Elgato. That'll be fun. Okay, so it's working again. What? They said no. Why? Did they give a reason? Like there was just too many. They already had interviews. I think it was the day that I saw you guys on the floor. It was first floor. We were in the same area where we took our picture, remember? And I don't remember if it was before or after. No such thing? No. That's false, because that's not cool. We were there, me, the Funko Beard, and then some other person. I forgot who they were because they were like new to the group. And I was wearing my Pikachu hat. I think that's when by the way, did we take the picture on? We took the picture on my phone. So I have the picture. I just need to post them. And they were like, so the woman walked up to me. I think her name was Angelica. And she was like, do you want to interview? And I was like, heck yeah. So me and the Funko and the other guy got an interview. And I talked about all the equipment I had. Maybe it was because I had like the Pikachu hat on, but like, I don't know. And then I talked to Kate, who was the partnership manager for Elgato. That's strange. I know. Well, that's how I remember the name, Angelica. I don't know why they didn't want to give that's. Oh, maybe we can go up this ladder. Okay. Maybe I can go up the ladder. Dustin, what did you do this weekend? I know. Were you in town? Oh, yeah. And throwing shade, what are you guys doing today? How's your day? How was your weekend? Did you guys drive? I forgot. Did you drive or you fly from Canada? Nice. I don't know. I do not know. Did you go to the fair at all?
You got a unit boob, your posture sucks, and your
Phil.
clothes fit weird because you wear the wrong size bra.
How? Phil, my bra is the right size, okay?
Taken. They're taken.
The taken are filled with darkness. Okay. Can I get up there? Can you get up? Can I? Nope. Can I get up here? Can I get up here? Okay. What do you want me to do? My roommate says I need to go see if this person outside our gate, it looks weird because they're laying in their car. So give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. You avoided that area with the. I mean, seriously though, there's a lot of traffic that day. Yeah, this woman, she's like laying outside with the door open. Check the floor. I thought I knew where I was going. I'm so lost. I got the supplies. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. That's bad. That'll kill me. What's you guys? All right, this is where I might need a hint, but maybe not. Just keep moving this way. Oh, that felt great. Okay, can't go that way. So he does get tired. Wait, I climbed that ladder.
May the Force be with you.
It wants me to go over this way. I have no idea where to go. There's a police car there, though. Let's do the ladder again, and maybe I can get over that somehow. Is that a... We were up there, right? Like, I was up there getting attacked? No, wait. I want a map. I would like a map, please. Maybe if I go up on the roof and I jump? Yeah. Social anxiety. What is that? Come on, get up on this. I mean, even I have social anxiety, and people could say, "What? But you're so sociable." Sometimes not. Definitely have introvert and extrovert. I can't get up on that. I don't even know why I thought I could. My guy is not a weightlifter. My guy is a writer. But maybe if I just jump off the cliff, that looks like a bad idea. Hello, Mealy. Is it Mealy? Melee? How you doing? The pirate? Remind me how we met. Did I give you a sticker? Was it outside? Was it inside? Was it at a bar? Thank you for coming and saying hello. Welcome to the community. So glad you're here. What do I do? What do I do? Maybe if I go this way? Looks right? Correct? Does this look correct, chat? I think it looks correct. We're crossing this part. Unless I came this way before. Reach the gas station. That's it down there, right? Melly? Oh, Melly. I met you outside the guild room. Oh, yeah, that's right. Was it me and my buddy, the Funko Beard? Because we were doing our schedule. We were making our schedule for the rest of the day. That's right. Good to see you. Nice. Thanks for coming in. Yes, that's right. Pins were the magic word. That's correct. The Funko and I were... We were...
The staircase was broken.
Okay, so this
I had
is...
to make
we're
my
going...
way up some other way.
We are progressing through the story. I thought I was lost. Thank goodness. It's good to see you. Glad you came in. Yes, we were making our schedule for the next 2 days and then also talking about
Stay here.
our charity stream coming up in October 27th. There were no stairs. Give me that thermos. So if you guys want to join us on October 27th, write it down. Because we will be playing Resident Evil 5 for 12 hours. Funko, by the way, I think that's going to take a 20 hours, like 18 hours. So I told everybody that we're going to play again on the 31st. And then we'll probably finish in November, early November. So, yes, the Funko is the bestie. Did I go up this way? Go up this way? Our TwitchCon schedule.
This forestry equipment around. There had to be something I could use to reach the top.
Yeah. Ow. Hello. Oh no. There's like 3 bad guys. Oh, oh. I'm gonna get him. No. Oh, be in the back. Oh, shoot. Oh, nice, Ro. So Ro's gonna be fresh in the storyline. I haven't played it since I was a kid, and I don't think Funko's ever played it. I was thinking about playing Revelations this month as well. Resident Evil Revelations. And then maybe going back to Code Veronica X to finish it or try to restart. Skill checks. See, Alan Wake was doing skill checks even before DBD. Resident Evil 5. I don't think you've played RE5. You might have, but I don't. Maybe not on stream. I played like, the first playthrough with my brother back when it came out. Ooh, I got a shotgun. I got a shotgun, yo. I got a shotgun. Nice. I'll save that for later. You have played it when it came out? Right. Okay, cool. So you're still going to play as Shiva? Shiva? Is it Shiva or Shiva? I'm going to be Chris. Did you play? You didn't play Zero? Resident Evil 0 is a good one. Also, Greg, why don't you shut this door? No, you're Shiva. I'm Chris. I play Chris. I already played Chris as RE1. Everybody saw it. The video is out there. So it only makes sense for me to play as Chris. No. No. Move, log, lift. Big Mike says, I have Mary Jane. You have Mary Jane on Fortnite? You did Code Veronica, but did you do it on stream? Because we played on stream. So. Maybe I need to go like this, chat. Like right here? Oh. No, Funko, I don't think so. Hey, remember that time I gave you 400 bucks? You owe me 400 bucks. Oh, shit. Hey, that's what we gotta do right there. Girl, you don't... Shh. We're halfway done. Okay, it's hard. That game you can lock yourself out of the game basically. If you have no ammo. The guitar is stupid. Honestly, Mary Jane doesn't need to be a character, and neither does MJ from the other Spider-Man. But whatever. All right, here we go. I'm gonna heal. Like, honestly, there's like health everywhere. I never die. Turn it on.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment. Step outside for a spell and breathe in deep. The weather is absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like the forest is quietly breathing along with you. As you listeners know, I'm a night owl, and it's on nights like this I wish I wasn't cooped up in the studio. Makes an old man like me wish I could just roam wild.
Yeah, but like, how are you getting paid?
And it would keep you company all night long if I weren't.
How are you?
It looks like I'm not the only one staying up late. Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Pat, it's Maurice Horton.
Hello, Maurice. What are you up to?
Well, I was just taking Toby on his walkies.
Oh, isn't it beautiful out there?
Toby on his walkies.
The reason I called is that Toby heard something rustling in the undergrowth and took off after it, and I couldn't find it.
Probably a rabbit.
Sure. Toby loves rabbits.
Well, sure.
Anyway, I figured that, if anyone runs into Toby, they could grab him. My number's on his collar.
And Toby's a friendly dog?
Toby loves people. Usually he comes back, but we were pretty far from home, and it sounds like he went pretty wild there. Great dog, but he's just too dumb for his own.
We're gonna run into Toby.
Well, Maurice, it's out there now. Hope Toby comes home soon.
Yeah, thanks, Pat.
You have a good night now.
What? Radio talk's so funny. It's kind of like streaming though. You have to watch what you say. I like the music. Interesting kind of take on that person's radio station. Honestly, I didn't peg this guy for a dark kind of music guy. Classical music, maybe. Toby, where are you, Toby? There's manuscripts on the floor. The gas station, you guys. It's the gas station. We're so close. I can feel it now.
The gas station was closer now. Its light welcoming in the darkness.
Yes. And the fog. No. No. Who's talking? Who's out here? Crazy kook. I have a flashlight. The fog is thick. Die. Die. Damn it. They have unlimited amount of like unlimited amount of hatchets to throw at me. That's not fair. I think Toby's over here. Maybe not. It's a manuscript. Checkpoint reached. Okay. Oh, fun. More batteries and more ammo. I thought it was like literally so close to the gas station, but maybe not. I know it wants to go down that way, but I'm going to come up here because it looks like there's something I can do over here. Flashlight. Yeah, supply crate? Like supplies? What's the supply? Okay. The game is eerie, but also like still confused as to how this is all happening. Whoa, got to be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Why are you being so angry? Oh god, there's a bird. Oh, okay. Guys. Oh, Jesus. Get close, get close, get close. He's running so fast. Oh, 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 oh. Damn, these guys are quick. Okay, you gotta be kidding me. Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, right. That was okay. I'm gonna do this again. I was gonna shoot them with a flare. I thought, hey, that would be great, right? Get him with a flare. They don't like the light, but they didn't stay together. So I'm gonna shoot. Good. He wants a hefty meal. Come on, guy. Where are you guys? Come on, I know where I know you're there. God, creepy. I know you're there. Look at that. That's what I should have done. Right in the back. Yep. That's what I should have done. For sure. So if you play this game and you have a huge group about to fight you, just bring your flare gun. Take your Sarah. Hydrate.
Water.
Lithium batteries.
Water.
Is that another shotgun or a... I thought I had a shotgun. And I have two?
Science. It bestows immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In Night Springs.
That's where we are.
Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide.
Hmm.
If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous
This is interesting.
to change the script. Having called a press conference, Dr. Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a
His shirt was in green.
9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment, known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, please.
This looks like an old porno.
There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, two new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did.
So you...
With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're
So
saying
wait.
every time you pull the trigger, in another reality,
You die.
die?
Yes, sir.
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's
Because this is the
number of things that could happen at any
okay.
moment,
This game is
and
awesome.
they always do happen somewhere.
He unplugged it. Why is it plugged in by that guy's foot?
Happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality. Poor Dr. Colvin. Felled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses.
What? He shouldn't have plugged that in with a lock.
Left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. Night Springs.
Night Springs, only here. Get on HBO Max. That was a cool episode. I'm not gonna lie. I was amused. They look like real actors too. Uh oh. No, thank you. We're not chopping wood tonight. It's too late for that. Over here. Look, I'm gonna fight some bad guys again, chat. Oh goodness, that's just hanging on by a thread, isn't it? Oof. Why are they so angry? All right, come fight me. I don't care. I think I can probably drop these things in your head somehow. There you are. Oh, you're the guy? Oh no. Oh, just give me a second. Just give me. Honestly. No, you're gonna fuck with that right there. Yeah, bye. You're the bad guy, right? Why did I...
Then rent car! You should win.
Come here, you punk. I've played my fair share of games. You're not gonna live. Nope. Hindrance, how you doing? Easy. Was that the boss? That was the boss. You can go. You can.
Vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come.
I thought I could use these, but I was shooting them and nothing was happening. So I bet you I could have used them somehow. I just don't know. I didn't. No, didn't even think. Oh, I could have come over here. Maybe drop them. It's fun. We just started it today, so we're gonna try to finish it this week because I have like 4 or 5 scary games we're gonna play this month. I have no idea, but yes, like it seems like he's schizophrenic a little, but I don't know if he is. But these dreams and nightmares are a little crazy, and people are crazy. Yeah. So Alan Wake, Silent Hill 2 remake next week when it's October 7th. It'll be fun. And then we're gonna do The Evil Within, Resident Evil 5, and then I have like one more game I need to pick because we have a time slot. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 remake is gonna be super fun. I don't know if I should buy it on the PlayStation 5 or the computer. I don't know yet. I love the Xbox controller. It's my favorite controller, but I think playing it on the PlayStation 5 could be cool too. But you know,
I recognized the parade float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice.
I'm just wondering what like performance wise, because I could play high graphics on PS5 and still use the computer, and it should be okay. But
After the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting.
like
at
that,
least for a moment.
he
Sane
narrates
world
everything.
reasserted itself.
68th anniversary Deer Fest. They have a Deer Fest because there's so many deers.
The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now.
Yeah, what the heck? What in the actual heck? What is the thermos for? Staying awake? Alan Wake. Let's see these prices here. $2.99 for some gas. That is the cheapest. That is so good, right, guys? This is amazing. Double that right now, and that's how it is here. That's insane. But this is also a game, and it came out a while ago, right?
I had to get inside the gas station to find a phone to call for help.
Yeah, no, don't spoil anything, Sarah. This is the first game playthrough. So I ask people not to spoil or backseat game unless I ask like where I should go. That's why I should drive electric, says BZ. You think electric cars are
The garage
pricey?
was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
But I have my car, it's paid off. It's a 2002.
All right. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her. I'll fix it up.
But I hope you enjoy my reaction to the first time experience of the game.
I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
A little bit, Alan. A little bit. Let's do that. Also, hello. It was good. I didn't do much. I did a couple things, and I try to stay away from the fair because I'm too, confused. Same, but just follow along with us. Please no spoilers because it's new to me, and I like to enjoy the newness. I didn't do anything crazy. I did have some parties I went to, but where are we still here? Nordic Walk. The 68th Annual Deer Fest, September 15th to 18th. Games and activities, raffle tickets, fishing competition, pie contest, and surprise competition. Live music for the children, Bucktooth Charlie afternoons on Montgomery, the Mystics Amazing Phantoms Menagerie evenings. Don't miss the legendary Deer Fest parade. I do not know. When are we hanging out? You're gone this weekend? I do not know. Welcome on in. You guys want some chips? Or some big, what are those? Big tougher? What are they? We sell propane. Hank's Propane. This gas station is looking a little weird, guys. A little sus. There's no bad guys. There's no good guys. There's no... Is that candy? I love candy. Okay, so that was there. We have to find a phone. I didn't see it. Did you see a phone? Oh, I found a phone. Okay, there's a phone right there. Use it.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
I need your help.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker, you are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen, I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake, not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
Oh.
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
Oh no. Not Alan Wake killing somebody. So much fog. This is why I think we're in the Northwest. He always does the thing with his mouth. Where's Alice? And where are my clothes? Nobody thought to fix this or like get rid of that? That was just the first chapter. That was like 2 hours long.
Tiptoes to my room every night.
Or was that the whole game? Game's over.
Just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper.
End of episode 1. We did it. Good job, guys.
Is all right. I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I softly say a silent prayer, like dreamers do. Then I fall asleep.
Did we like it?
My dreams of you. In dreams,
It's not over.
with you.
I don't think.
In dreams, I talk to you. In dreams, you're mine.
Previously on Alan Wake. I came to Bright Falls with my wife, Alice.
It's like a
Thank you for coming in with me.
a TV show.
I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice.
Come on, Alice.
Now, she's missing.
Alice? Alice?
I woke up behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at, but the cabin had disappeared.
Oh no, only 5 hours. About 5 hours. New York City, 3 years ago. We're gonna try to do 5 hours. I think it's like a 15-hour game. Yeah, I have a lot of games to get done with this month.
Honey,
We're adding an additional hour.
How was it?
Oh god,
worst weather I've ever seen.
this is a nice place for New York.
It'll warm you up.
This is a very nice place for New York. Jesus. Their own balcony. Can't see down low, so we're pretty high on this. We're higher in the apartment. Apples. Is that a TV? A lot of books. I wonder why Alan Wake has a lot of books. Alan Wake should have a book in his hand. There's. Oh wow.
Coffee's on.
Great, thanks.
Me too. Me too, definitely. We do play a lot of storyline games here. Horizon Zero Dawn has story as well. They're all story games, but this is more like very story intensive. Like I play a little bit, and then there's lots of stories. Thanks for the alert. It is a fun game, isn't it? And the coffee thermos
Oh,
out
hey,
here.
I just finished those cover
She an-
mock-ups.
is she
They're
an
on my
artist?
desk. Tell me what you think.
She an artist?
kidding.
She's a photographer.
Get them done this quickly.
Look at look at
On
Alan.
occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
Oh, really?
Well, you seemed to think so last night.
No, have not. I don't own it. I do not own it. But I don't know if I think it got bad reviews, right? Or maybe one of them did. Pick up the manuscript. Examine.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called.
Babe. Okay, babe. It's okay.
Please check the fuse box.
Okay.
I'm right
Okay.
here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
I'm on it,
I'm
honey.
right here,
I'm on it, honey.
I'm fine.
I'm on it, baby.
Get the
I'm on
lights
it,
back
honey.
now, please.
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am. Where's the circuit breaker? Damn, this is a nice bathroom. Look, you could fit at least 4 dudes in that bathroom. Maybe 5. For sure 5. For sure.
I really don't like this, Alan.
Oh, sure. That bed's kind of tiny for... Like, I think I'm taller than this bed. It should have been a little bit bigger.
Alan, I really need those lights on.
Girl, I got it, girl. This is fine. Shit. Oh. Right here.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay. Hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
It's okay.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
Yeah, let's break out the candles.
No, it's stupid, but it's just... Especially
Ooh.
when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
Let's make out.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar.
Oh? Liar.
Thanks for this.
He's good at improvising. He's an improver. He's a liar. Don't trust him. Just kidding. I want to see our high rise with this big ass balcony that nobody else gets. Bright Falls, present day. Chapter 2.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
Where's Alice?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Okay. He's got the thing on his head. He's got the thing on his head like in the game. Like in Dead by Daylight.
You should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then.
Hey, did you just come from fishing? Did you wash your hands?
Waiting for you.
I hope you find Alice too.
Good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife and
Alice should be in Dead by Daylight as another
small
skin.
town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called me
There's
to the
Bright
station
Falls,
to take a look
watery.
at the cut in my head.
Cauldron Lake, that's where we were. Huh. Interesting.
I'm
Ew.
sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure. Now, if you want either trout or salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You a fishing man, Mr. Wake? Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to heaven.
I'll take your word for it, Doc.
Yeah. I'll take your word for it, Doc. I'll take your word
I
for
believe
it.
you'll find the sheriff in her office. Just go down the corridor.
So you're the doctor's office and the sheriff's office? This is kind of...
Thank you for testing the lights, Miss Weaver. Everything seems to be...
Let's see. Have you seen this man disappeared on June 20th, 2007? Identifying features, knack of winning contests. Huh. Interesting. Missing, Richard Bogg, Bruce Dansky, Jacob Miller. On a camp trip, overdue, haven't been in contact. If you have seen them or know their whereabouts, please call 555-9932. Thank you. A lot of missing folks here. Are we gonna be, I hope we don't go missing. A lot of people go missing in this town.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
Thank you.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is
Oh.
this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left.
I was wondering that too, Phil. I don't know.
I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak. Midnight.
Oh.
Don't do nothing stupid, pal.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regulars.
Oh.
I thought he quit drinking for good.
Oh, no such luck.
This is still area.
Bender and beat Danny pretty badly. He started shouting like that the moment he woke up.
Well, damn. Dude went on a bender.
Yeah, it's Mulligan here. I'm at Stucky's gas station with Thornton. There's no sign of him. Over.
Wait. Yeah, this is Thornton. Look, we've located the parade float. It's here. That's some good news, right? Stucky was supposed to be driving it at the rehearsal today. Over.
Oh, give me that. Mulligan here. Looks like someone really thrashed the garage. Over.
How?
Okay, roger that, guys. Keep looking for Stucky. Jane's out.
I didn't thrash your guys. Did you guys do something to the garage? I didn't do anything. Bill, did you do something to the garage?
In the dark anymore.
Maybe you should stop going on benders, bro. They beat people up. You won't end up in here anymore. Also, you want me to turn the lights on? Let me switch the light on, baby. You're welcome.
You're all right.
Yeah?
You're a good guy.
Thank you.
Anybody tell you
Oh, even if they did, I wouldn't believe them. Why?
the cops, they
Oh.
got it
Hmm?
all wrong.
What did they get wrong? What?
Sure.
Uh-huh.
I beat him up.
You
but
did,
I
didn't you?
wasn't drunk.
You weren't.
I mean, I wasn't drunk at the time.
Oh, you are now, though?
I only got drunk after.
Of course you did.
Okay,
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
listen,
I'm listening. We're listening. Yeah?
Here's the kicker.
Yeah.
That wasn't Danny.
Oh, was it?
Oh, sir.
Who was it?
I only looked like him.
Oh, did
You
you?
wanna know who it really was?
I do. Tell us. Who was it? Who was it? Keep me in suspense.
It was a goddamn space alien.
Oh my god. A space
I know
alien?
it sound like
Have a good gym, hindrance.
say, but
A space
believe
alien?
me,
A space alien? Really?
I wasn't drunk then.
This guy's gonna shit his pants. Go to the corner and shit your pants. Manuscript.
I told him, oh yeah, well, I don't hear we're on your feet.
There's a bed right there. Don't fall. Poor guy. Poor guy over there.
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, go through the fence on the left.
Go through the fence on the left. Over there, but also that looks not fun over there. So, before I go over there, though, I will be getting this stuff.
Well, folks, it's been another long night, and it's about time for me to sign off for a while. God knows I need my beauty sleep.
He's been on the air all morning.
Just one more item before I go. It's been a busy night for the sheriff's department. We've had a few broken windows, even a report of shots fired on Main Street. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton had to deal with two intoxicated young men who were celebrating the completion of their Deerfest float. Now, folks, we get this every year. I know it's exciting, the big day's almost here, but let's save it for the party and leave the gunplay for the shooting competition, huh? There's no point in getting all worked up yet.
Ooh, I like the country.
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station. There was something for me in an abandoned car.
Huh. That's kind of funny. Here's the hole in the fence. Bye, Sheriff. It was nice to know ya. More manuscripts.
Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
Oh, shit.
Barry?
Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. Night Falls.
Oh
Barry,
shit.
listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Al, what the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
You know, still some country playing. Shady Grove. I don't know what the fuck she's saying. I hear Shady Grove. I would feel so gross right now. Like, I haven't taken a shower. Ooh.
The writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Interesting.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not a...
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh!
Hey,
Oh!
Take it easy.
Going to jail now. Is that Barry?
Hey, nobody move. Get your hands off of my client.
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler.
I'm Barry Wheeler here.
If you have business with Mr. Wade,
Bright collars
to me.
from New York.
You
Come on.
yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on
Why
your
did we get
asses.
punched the
No
ducks?
harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
Is it cold where you guys
What
are?
the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
Girl.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money.
But the thing is,
Believed that Alice had been
they're
kidnapped.
wearing like
Anything beyond that
thick
was another
layers, so
story.
it must be cold where they
I had
are.
a midnight appointment with the kidnapper.
She said
at a
it's
place
warm.
called
It's weirdly
Lover's
warm in
Peak,
Canada today.
somewhere in
Nice.
Elderwood National Park.
How you doing,
The
Stu?
plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like
I
any of it.
meant in the
It's
game,
not
you
good.
guys.
In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Like I would look. She's wearing short sleeves.
Barry, you found him.
Couple layers, but
Wow, I was just thinking about you too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great.
Did she have an eye
Mr.
watch?
Wake. Later.
Oh, he likes her. Gross.
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's
Who's
a very
Alex?
nice
You mean
girl
Alan?
and, more importantly,
Alan
a
Wake.
man.
Alice is our our wife. I see. I see.
Al, what you were saying in the car?
Bucktooth
just
Charlie.
listen to yourself.
The skeleton of the Columbian mammoth, Mammalus columbi. This specimen, estimated to be 14,000 years old, by the way, wow, was recovered from the La Brea tar pits in 1981. It was donated to the Elderwood National Park in 1998. When the Columbian mammoth became Washington's state fossil, named Bucktooth Charlie, it has since become the park's official mascot. It's not, it's Alan. It's Alan. It's Alan. No one's named Alex.
What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week. And someone's got Alice.
Do you
and everything's just...
understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong. It's a good story. Could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, You're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Wait here.
The funny farm. It sounds cool. Sounds funny. Can I go? These are big ass coffee thermos. Interesting. Maybe. And she did want him to write. I think I'm supposed to go out in the back, but I just want to see if I can open that. Huh. It's a cute little lodge, right? A little cute little lodge. I would stay here.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
I would make. I would. Oh my God! If is he hurt? Is he hurt?
Mr. Wake.
Oh.
I'd shake your hand, but I'm kind of full here. Actually,
Who hurt my
I'm sorry
dog?
about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just
I'll
across
be
from
right
Bucktooth
back.
Charlie.
Yeah, I'll get.
Sure.
Bucktooth Charlie, got it.
Seriously, Al, you can't just go and meet a kidnapper.
Girl.
Those situations always end up in disaster.
Girl, chill.
Gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
Yeah.
This whole thing. Listen.
What?
You hit your head.
Uh-huh.
Jeez, Al, come
Yeah.
on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds.
Mm.
If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's
Yeah.
working.
Is it?
Ha-ha, let's have a laugh on Barry.
Totally.
Well, you had me going there.
You're still talking.
Real funny, Al.
Ba-
You can
Barry.
quit it now.
Barry. Shh. 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 All right, time to go do this thing again. Come on, Barry. Oi, yo, yo. Here's the document.
Form you wanted?
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you stand.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk.
Mr. Alan Wake
Nice
is
spot,
cute.
too.
I don't know.
If you have any trouble
Oh,
finding
he is. He just wants to go to the
your eyes
police.
on the radio mast. It's
Oh.
right below that.
I see.
Oh, and hey, if you take a walk in the woods, watch your steps so you don't end up like Max.
Why are there
Guess I'm a
bear
little worried.
traps?
We got a bunch of campers out there we haven't heard from. It's not like these people are on a schedule, but with the traps, well, you know. I just don't want
Why are there bear traps?
Thanks.
Like, why? Why are there bear traps?
Look, Al, you're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves, and eating a
Maybe.
healthy diet of pills.
Yeah.
Al, you make cruel jokes
I forgot about
people who
Toby.
believe that kind of stuff. You're the skeptic. You gave me an hour-long lecture on homeopathy last
Are those pants or like
If there's
cankle
no proof,
pants?
it's pure bullshit. Period.
Guess the laugh's on me then.
Barry, I'm so confused at this tire. Those colors don't match and look gross. Floral
Water.
print? Floral print button up? Why?
Water.
Thank you for the hydrate, Phil.
What would you think if it was me? There's no way you should be going out at midnight with a gun.
No one asked you to come here, Barry. Either work with me on this or go straight back to New York.
What I want to know. Okay, so maybe they're from the northeast because they're New York. So maybe they're like more north. But I just want to know, Barry, did you like put on any kind of clothing and just try to come find me? Because I think Barry is on our way. We're leaving, right, Barry? Maybe it's in Maine. Yeah, because this is it mountainy though? Like there's a lot of mountains.
That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. This is not a goddamn debate,
I feel like
Barry.
Alan. Oof.
I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Alan has a rage temper problem.
I understand. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
Moi?
What to do to help, and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Yeah, maybe far. But did he drive here? I think he drove here. Because they had their car with
Just
her
be careful
on the
with
ferry
names,
ride.
Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be deliverance all over again.
Oh Lord. The yokels? Is this the cabin? This cabin is adorable.
spiders, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so
Guys.
not worth a 15% commission.
You guys, this is adorable. This cabin is adorable. I would come here on vacation. Oh my gosh, so adorable. Look at this place. Look at this place. Yes, it's like, it's kind of small, but also it's really not, because the very tall.
Lock the door when I leave.
The room is up here.
Go
What
ahead
just
and do what
happened?
you have to do. I'll be fine.
Oh my God, what just
Alone,
happened?
but fine. In
A new,
straight from
a new contribution to the what? Was that to the Spider-Man thing? Belly! Oh my God, Belly! What? Can we get a shout out? Fun things just happened. Somebody donated to our. Was that the Spider-Man thing? Thank you, gifter. I don't know. Did it say who it was? It didn't say anything. Pelly, how are you? I don't think our mod is here. Let me give you a shout out, Pelly. How you been? Yes, we're starting our scary month of scary games, and we're starting with Alan Wake. So we're gonna beat Alan Wake. Are you playing a Dead by Daylight? Somebody gave us a donation. Yay! That means that it's closer to get my Spider-Man suit. Wow! 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 So cute. Wait, we're at 84%. We have 15% left, 16% left, and we're getting a Spider-Man suit, you guys. How was the gym? We had a couple others go to the gym. Fun things just happened, and now that we're going to play Alan Wake, I will understand where this character comes from and why they're in Dead by Daylight. Let's turn the lights on.
Real funny, Al. Real funny.
Oh, I don't like the lights either.
Thank you.
Barry.
Sit here in the dark till you come back.
I mean, lock the doors and just go to bed, Barry. Go to bed naked. We all seen it. We've all seen it. This cabin is cute, okay? I would stay here, even with the Funko Beard upstairs snoring. I would stay here, although I would have the Funko Beard sleep probably down here, or like right there, right by the exit door. Ooh, baby. Actually, can we do that? Can we, Funko? Can we plan like a cabin in the woods kind of thing? We have to get people who live on the West Coast though, because they can't be flying all over the place. Guys, want to do a cabin in the woods with us? That'd be kind of cute. You be snoring upstairs, girl. We all hear you. Are these windows, babe? Sue says no. I think yes. You guys would love Cabin in the Woods with us. You really, really would. Here we go.
Wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al.
Really, Barry, I didn't even want you to come. You're very loud. I stayed in a cabin in Arkansas. It was really fun. It was cute. It was spooky at night though, because we were in the middle of nowhere. They had 2 awesome rooms. They had like.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. This
I
wasn't
missed
the
it.
smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it.
Do I get to
These people
drive?
had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice. Barry had the keys to the car he rented. Wasn't a long walk to the visitor center, and it wouldn't be any use to me in the forest.
Yeah, they would love it with me. They would love it with us. Remember, we're witch powers together. Don't forget it. Oh wait, tomorrow is Agatha episode? Ah! Oh. Hello? Anybody in there? This is a tiny cabin. I don't know if I would like this one.
Welcome back to the show.
This doesn't even have a bathroom.
Our very own Dr. Nelson is
Or a
live
kitchen.
at the rear end of the studio. Doc, what's your dear best plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to
Oh,
imagine.
shit! You guys saw that, right? Oh, Jesus.
Really, just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little
All my weapons are gone. So what? I only get weapons for that chapter?
Tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm going to check out the parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Oh, yeah. It's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
What's happening? The earth started shaking. Earthquake. Okay. There's a camper over here. Kick it. Oh! I hope I don't have to pay for that. Another Twilight Zone episode. I'm here.
Punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode: The Man in the Mirror.
Yay! Police. Is this supposed to be the gas? He's a weird one.
So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
And it coming?
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy. Normal. Took a kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and...
These are real actors.
Officer's report here. Assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the
I like it.
choice being a pair of bare fists. Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
Yeah, why?
I didn't like his face.
Well, you must have hated it, because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him.
He's smiling.
That must be difficult.
But then we
He's kind of a hot daddy.
got a match. Your prince. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Yeah, he could totally pound my face.
It's plenty red now.
Ooh.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay?
Ah.
I left my mark. Believe me.
You bastard.
He left his mark.
You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will.
And you never will.
Maybe you'll see me again, Agent.
Yeah. It's so suspenseful. It's so suspenseful. Now, the last episode I liked better than this episode. Although they had a hot daddy in this episode, so it was kind of cute. But I will say the other one with the quantum suicide, super funny, actually. String Theory. Okay, bye. Had a great time watching the show. Can't wait till the next episode. Give me a second, because you are making a lot of noise. Who's making all that noise? Okay. That scared the shit out of me. Spooky as hell. Ooh, a payphone. Nobody had... Payphones are like no longer a thing. Ever. Kind of weird, but not really. I'm gonna go check this car first. Oh. Manuscripts. There's something up here I can go to. Let me run up the hill. Do not feed wildlife. $100 penalty. Wow. Drop hazard. Watch out, because you could fall. You could fall. There is a gazebo with no chairs. A gazebo? All right, Winter. A gazebo, Ben. A gazebo. This makes me want to watch American Horror Story Season 1 again. The Murder House. See you soon, Winter. A gazebo, Ben? A gazebo? You buried me underneath a gazebo. That was fucking hot. That daddy was hot. Fallen Rock Zone. Elderwood National Park, Washington. Jesus, that was...
The vision left me weak. This was no head injury.
Oh my gosh, gunfire.
Rusty, hang on!
Rusty!
Please, help me!
Run, bitch! Run!
A gazebo? A gazebo, right? What the fuck? Where are you? Rusty, are you inside? Rusty! Rusty! Rusty!
The ranger's office was locked. I'd need a key to get in.
Check the car. Maybe there's a key in the car. Alan, get your head. Come on, start running. Oh god, guys. The suspense. Is there a key in here? No. There's no key. Oh man. Oh man, give me this. No, Jesus, man, come on. It's so creepy. What's over here? What's over here? Don't get hit by. Ah, that hit me. Ow. Ow.
Hello?
Hey, you. What's going on? What happened? How are you? Are you okay?
Mr. Wake?
Oh, hell.
It happened just the way it was on that page.
Oh,
I found
Toby.
Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back.
My god, you guys. It is
Whoever
Toby.
did this couldn't be far.
Oh my
Rusty had
god.
found a page
Oh
from the
my
manuscript.
god,
It
it's
would help
fucking...
you understand what had happened.
That is not how a leg is supposed to be turned. Ooh, boy. That's a lot of blood, too. Oh, no. Are you okay? Oh, Toby. Toby's still healing. I don't think he's gonna make it either. Oh, my goodness.
A presence. So dark.
You look fine. It's just a scratch.
Like the forest at night.
Maybe it was the mammoth. Maybe it was Buck's tooth. It's like a tornado hit over
The
here.
only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on.
I don't know. This is scary. Happy Halloween, everybody. Happy Halloween. I don't want to. No. Oh. Give me the ammo. I need the ammo. I need it. I might have to fight some bad guys who are like super, screwy. So hold on.
That was too late.
Oh no! Why did they?
Fishing is only permitted for those visitors who purchase a park fishing license.
That's so crazy.
The park ranger's instructions at all times.
Who is that?
Rusty? Rusty, no! Never.
A lot. Oh Jesus Christ!
Never approach any other world.
Stop it!
Closer than.
Stop it! Stop it! It's the boss. It's the boss. It's the boss. He's back here. How are you so fast? Honestly. Shit! Okay, I don't remember how to... don't remember how to dodge, guys. It looks like Rusty's fine, to be honest with you. It looks like Rusty's fine.
This includes even or even simple berries.
Why are you so fucking fast, brother? Oh! Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Oh god, just die, bro. Hi! Hi, JP. Hi, JP. I'm gonna pick up all this shit. That was cool. Oh, man. How are you today? I'm out of batteries? Oh, that is bad. That's a bad news bears. That is bad news bears. I don't think any of my mods are here. I don't think my mod is here. Give you a shout out in a second. What in the hell? Like, keep going forward? Oh. It's like something walking. How's she doing? What were you playing? Dead by Daylight. How's DBD? We're playing Alan Wake. Have you ever played Alan Wake before? I have the character in DBD, and I was like, I want to know the game they play. They came from. So that's what we're doing in this game right now. Plus, it is October, so I'm playing scary games all month long. Hello.
What the hell was that? I saw from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
Well. Another drop hazard sign. Manuscript. Ew, I'm not a huge fan of these little plastic chairs. Sorry, just not. I'd rather have a wooden chair. Lover's Peak. We're on the way to go to Lover's Peak. Emergency. Please have batteries. Batteries. Nice. I have too much ammo. My revolver. Feed wildlife. Hey, here we go. Lover's Peak.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
Entering Moonshine Cave. Oh. Something's over here. Ammo? Hmm. An ammo box with a shotgun. Cool.
Water.
Thanks for the hydrate.
Water. Water. Water.
Cool. Moonshine Cave. Moonshine Cave. This cave was the site of frequent and lucrative bootlegger activity throughout the Prohibition 1919-1933. It was mostly used for temporary storage of alcohol smuggled from Canada, but at times alcohol was also distilled on the premises. So, We are in the northeast. I think we're in the northeast. I don't want the shotgun. Just don't really want to fight them right now. Okay. Oh my gosh! Porta potty? Huh. Alan Wake does have these clothes on Dead by Daylight. Lover's Peak is this way. Through the bridge says hiking trail. Motor vehicles prohibited. No littering. Dogs must be leashed at all times. Lover's Peak. Keep going. The music is kind of intensified. Their boss. Man. No! What are you? Oh my god. Oh Jesus! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Okay, that was crazy. I only have 2 shotgun bullets. Okay. Cool. He's cool. That guy over there. Fucker. Not that's scary shit. Out of batteries. Not good. The Great Old One. Felled by lightning in 1937, this exceptionally tall Rocky Mountain, it is the Rocky Mountains. We are in the Northeast. Douglas fir was over 200 years old. According to local legends, it stretched beyond the stairs, and after it fell, It was measured to be 66 meters tall, nearly a record length. Wow. Oh my god, why? I'm just gonna run. I'm out of flashlight, so oh my god, they're fast! They're fucking fast! Motherfucker, hit me with the axe in the back of the head. Shit!
Run, bitch!
I'm trying! I'm trying! Jesus Christ. Oh no, I didn't even beat them. I didn't beat them. Stop it. Stop it. I don't like it. You're gonna stop it. How are you not dead, bro? Like, how many fucking bullets you got left, bro? Shit, bro. I mean, let's okay, enough of you. What in the hell? Hello, kitty chat. I'm out of batteries. Fun, because there's like a bunch more people to fight right here. Right here. Fuck. Ooh! Oh my god, shoot him in the face! Okay, one more guy. One more. Did you see that dodge? The dodge is awesome. Come on. Come on, oh my god. Okay. Out of batteries. Scary. This is the worst. Ah. This is the worst. This is the worst. This is the worst. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I want to be. On my back. Run, Alan. Run. Alan, run. Woohoo. Please let there be light over here. Ooh. 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 Batteries. I will take all the batteries. Thank you. No, not the axe to the fucking phone again. I don't like these axe murderers, man. Why? What are these guys and why? Oh man, there's so many of them. Shit, this one's quick. Woo! The big one, big one, big one. Ah, enough of your bullshit, man. Enough of your bullshit. Oh my jeez! Oh, run! Run! Oh my god! My god, Jesus Christ. Fuck these guys. I'm running out of ammo too. What the fuck? Should I just run? Somebody's like right here. Come here, bitches. I see you. Oh my god. I'm just gonna run, okay? We're just gonna run. We're just gonna run. I bet you they're already fucking behind me on my butt. Oh my god, I told you. Ooh, bitch! Get away from me, you fucker! Holy shit, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna die again. I'm gonna die again. I don't wanna die. Why is it so fucking hard, dude? Go away. Where are they? Are they coming? Are they coming? Oh my god. I don't have any bullets. It's like I don't have any bullets to do anything here. I cannot. There's like 3 of them. First of all, like, these guys are just super fucking fast. Oh my god. Hello, Sarah. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. I don't know what to do here. It's dying. Maybe I go up here. Oh my god. Seriously though. Okay. One's down. Okay, chew. That's good. Good for us. The big axe guy is the one I really don't like. Oh, fuck. All right. Shush. Okay. Got him down. That's good. We have one more. Two more. Come on. Okay. Ah, get him. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Hi, Golem. Ooh, bitch. I don't know how I'm gonna fight him with no ammo. Hi, Golem. Wish I could punch him back, honestly. Ooh. Oh, you know what? That was hurtful. That was also not fun. Don't do that. Stop doing that. Like, you're gonna make me... Did you just... I don't know, I'm trying to find some ammo before... Let me kill you with... You are being a bully. Not fun. Not fun at all. These dodges, though. Come on, dodge. Come on. Ooh. You wanted to forward? Oh, we got a dodge over here. Come on, dodge. Get you some. You coming to the park with me, baby? I'm scared as fuck because, like, I have no ammo. And these crazy people who are trying to kill me keep just trying to kill me. And this guy's really bad at, like... At least I reached the checkpoint. Wait, he's gone. He's gone? He gave up. He gave up because I looped him. I was looping him and I was like, I'm out of bullets. I'm out of flashlight. I'm out of everything. So It is scary. It is spooktacular. Right. Dates from 1846, the year of the Oregon Treaty. Interesting. The Oregon Trail. I'm not. You're back. He's back. Can I fight him? Oh. Can I punch him? I don't want to kick him. Fucker. Oh, what to do? I want to beat him up. Look, he's trying to kill us. Ah. You can only dodge so many times. Oh, okay, so let's go that way. Okay. Why is it swinging so high? Crazy. Crazy how trees work, huh, guys? They're so tall. They're so big. Damn it, dude, he's back, bro. What did I do? Perform a cinematic dodge 20 times. Going back to the light. I don't think he likes the light. Yeah, you don't want to come back into the light? Come here. Okay, cool. Got rid of him. That manuscript. We're in Washington? Guys, we're in Washington. Which side? Where's Washington? We're in Washington. I just try to get the Clark of where we are. I'm here, lift. Washington State's Northwest, so we're in the Northwest? Okay, we're in Northwest then. How they get there? Are they rental cars? They drive there. Right. In Portland, Oregon? Shit. Let's not do this. I have no weapons and no ammo. Who the hell are you?
We gotta get moving. More of them coming.
Who the hell are you?
That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares won't keep the bastards away.
Flashlights, kid stuff. And you are?
See them too? Hell, of course I see him. Come on, we gotta move. Why? Because that's the way the story goes. Yeah, but let's move. I lost my gun back there. Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
Okay.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake. You better keep up.
Oh! Oh.
Damn it.
It'd be nice if you could hit him. It would be nice if you could hit them. Whoa. Hit him. Hit him. I want a gun. I want a gun so bad. Oh, this guy's got a fucking scythe thingy. Hit him, dude. What are you doing? Whoa. You are hitting them, right, guy? Woo, boy. Ooh, boy. For your safety, stay on designated hiking trails. Or I can go off the trail and see what's up here. Oh, interesting. Nothing. Poison ivy. Hey, where did our friend go? Oh, there he is. Okay, it's just... Get him. Shoot him one more time, please. One more time. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Just one more time, please. Please?
Lover's Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards
Just
off.
some guy.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun.
No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it.
Hold them off? Hold them off? Yeah, you guys like this, don't you? Come here. Get in the light. Use the flare.
A little longer. Scare them off.
With what? Oh, we got another flare.
Get some light on those bastards. That'll keep them off us.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Just a little longer. I almost got it.
Why do you put this crap? Greg,
It's open, Wake. Move it or lose it.
put it right there. Man, come on, you got junk food. Junk stuff. Kill the bad guys. Kill the bad guys.
Oh, you're feeling better now, Wake. All cozy and safe.
What's wrong with this guy?
Only sissies are afraid of the dark.
It's crazy.
Better get ready. They'll be on us soon.
Greg, it's hot. It's warm. I'm warm.
This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares here. Get
Oh
ready.
my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The light.
Give me the goddamn gun. They're
For
coming.
real.
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
Oh my god. There's a thermos over there. Woo. Shoot your gun. Shoot your gun. Shoot him. Shoot him. Shoot him. Shoot him. Shoot him. Shoot him. Oh my god. Oh my god. Shoot him in the face. He's right here. Kill him. This guy's terrible at aiming. This guy's seriously so bad at aiming. Well, thank you for finally shooting one. You. Oh my god. He's not giving me. No, he's not giving me the gun. I have flares. Watch, I can do this. I wish I could punch him in the face now, but can't. Oh my god! Oh my god!
There's more flares here.
So stupid.
We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun. They're coming.
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake. Die already, die!
Shit. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun. They're coming.
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Shoot that guy. Thank you. This guy's next. Get that guy. Get this guy. Get that guy. Oh, my face. Come on, Alan. Hey, there's more. There's more. I know where they are. I got them. Shoot him! Shoot him! Shoot him! Shoot him! Oh my gosh. Took it forever.
It's a piece of cake, Wake.
There's a thermos over here. What does this even do? Oh no, that's a big one. It's the big one. Oh no, I don't like the big one. I don't like the big one. No. Get the big one. Kill the big one.
Fighting me!
Oh my god, please kill the big one. Got one more. You better fucking kill him, man. That was hard. Bad guy.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her out.
Oh, that was really smart of us to do that. That was really smart of us to do that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You're gonna give me the manuscript or you'll be sorry.
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
What was that? What was that sound? Make it through the wood. Bad guys already sneaking around. Ooh, there's a bear trap. I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna utilize it. Instead of stepping on something like I normally would. I just do not like these bad guys. Ready? Oh no, just walking through the woods, not seeing any bad guys ever. Do. Come on, I know you're out here. There's so many bear tracks. Like, were they trying to catch a bear? What's going on? Seriously. There are so many bear traps. Oh no, I don't want to step on one because that would be bad. I thought there were bad guys. Too much revolver ammo, really? Manuscript page. Okay, maybe if I get the whole manuscript, I can get my wife back. What was the point of the bear traps if it won't let me use them? Oh no, I have not. I have not trapped any bears, and I hopefully I don't step on one. 'Cause I have a bad habit of stepping on bear traps, as we already know from previous games. The Trapper, Resident Evil. Is it hay? Ahia? H-E-A? Oh my god. Just run, run. I don't care if it goes slow. Can they make it over here? You guys can't. They can't make it on the log. Oh, happily ever after. I don't know the acronyms. Ooh. Here we go. Clearly it's not a happily ever after, because that just made me fall to my death. You son of a... You're not dead yet? Okay, he's dead now. Whew. What the hell? It was right. I don't know if we can do that. We just go. I think we love Alice. We can't just get another wife. We love her. We love her so much. I think I remember him. I know he says it in Dead by Daylight too. Like, Alice, where are you? So we still haven't found Alice. Spoilers. Oh, hi. Just give me a second, please. Give me a second. 1 more second. Oh, whoa. That was close. He almost hit me with his axe. I think he's still there. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you, generators. See? It's good to do generators, chat. It's good to do generators. What do these do? Do they give me health? More bear traps. Another manuscript? Shotgun. Okay, hunting rifle. I'm sorry, hunting rifle. We have a lot of weapons and batteries now. Ooh. I believe they're health. Okay, I think they are too. I want to bring them back here. Come here. Okay, disappeared. I do not know, Phil. Please don't say how many episodes either. I kind of want to be. I don't want to know. I just want to finish it when we finish it. I know it's about an X amount of hours games, so. But you can look it up though. You can Google it. And this is only episode 2, so we'll see. So if those are health, that's good. But is it stored health or the health like that I get if my health is low? I can heal up. Okay, flare. These are good for groups. Oh my god.
I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here. But it was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
What were those? Were those people? Cool. Huh. You hear something? I have 4 flares. Oh, wait, there's some more bad guy. Hopefully, like, this is reducing the amount of bad guys I have to fight when something happens. I don't know if I want to go over in this thing. Oh, it was a bad idea. That's a bad idea. That was a bad idea. That's a very small plane, by the way. Very, very small. But now maybe I can do something. Ooh. More flares. Okay. Huh. Okay, right here. Okay. You hear anything? I hear bad guys. Oh my god. True, but still was kind of scared right there. There was 3. I couldn't see where they were. I didn't waste any ammo. I just spent a flare, which is good because I was able to get this thing started. The light helped. I don't think they're gone though. I don't think they're dead. Oh my god. Leave me alone, leave me alone. I don't like that they can disappear. It's just not fair. I have not played Control, no. Is it similar? Another one? Oh, really? Nice. The game's like, more back. Okay, flare time. Come on, come on. Oh my god, the battery! Yeah, don't spoil anything. Don't spoil anything. We'll play it eventually. Running out of ammo-ish. Oh! Okay. Okay, water is bad. Oh, I hear bad guys. Am I going the right way? This definitely is not. No. Oh my god. You didn't have a gun when you play flashlight gun? Flashlight tag? We turned on this generator. We turned on this generator and did I pick up all this stuff? Please pick it all up. Yeah, I want all of that. And then I thought I needed to go this way, right? Uh-huh. Tree. So Alan Wake is a writer, and I'm sure these are all his stories. Is the correct path. All right, we are on the right path. Dodge. Oh my. Oof, oof. Oh. Okay. I'm. What if? Could be. It could be. Just watch out for the water. Can't go that way. Oh. This game's 14 years old? Dang. Yeah. I mean, I thought it was... I knew it was old, but... You've got to be kidding me! Oh, bad idea. That hurts. I wonder what that does anyways. There is... It was a freebie? You mean this is a free game? Did I get this game for free? It was in 2010. Almost 15 years old. Still confused as to why that is that, but I'll figure it out. It'll happen. This is where you go to the bathtub. Manuscript. Find 25 manuscript pages. Cool. He probably Googled it. But yes, that guy is definitely intelligent. That guy is an intelligent being. I think I'd jump over there. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Take more manuscripts. Or ChatGPT. Remember, you guys were we are taking applications for new mods. If you want, we have 2 to 3 spaces left just to do shout outs and time people out. If you also want to help Tech Guy, that would be nice, because he's not here all the time and he does a lot of work for the community. Yep. Is this remastered? It looks better than like normal. No. Exactly. Having multiple mods would be nice. I think 5 is a good number. We already have Malicious at night and Tech Guy, so if I get 3 more, I'll be satisfied. Just people like around. You don't have to make every stream, but you'll know the schedule because I'll say it before. And we have our own mod chat where you guys can communicate. You can be like, oh, I'm going to be here for a couple hours, so if someone needs to disappear, that's cool. The darkness was here. Did you not? Did you, like, seriously not, though? No. No! Where'd he go? You don't like the flare? Take it. Come on. Shoot him in the face. That's what you get. It's crazy. Wait, do the batteries? The batteries will charge on their own. Like. Oh, yeah. This is definitely a Steam bot. I could have came up here and, like, hid from the guy. And over here. Haha, can't get me now. I can jump kind of higher. What about you? Yeah. The daddy lumberjack trying to kill us. I don't like the bigger guys because they're harder to beat. And they charge you. They'll charge at you. Make it through the woods to Grandma's house. We go. Another box, flashlights and ammo. Okay. You want a movie about Daddy Lumberjack? There are several paths to take. I don't know which one to take here. Oh, can't go that way. So, the decision has been made. I thought there would be zombies in this game, but it's like more of like suspense and crazy. Oh my lordy! I see you up there. Like, what, you see us? I see. Oh, there's more than one. Chat, there's more than one. Chat, there's more than one. More than one. It's so great. I love it. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God, he's running at me. Oh my God. All right. That's good, because then we got you. Boom. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Yeah, apparently it's like Alan Wake, Alan 2, Alan Wake 2. How many are there? I have never played this game before, so that's why I'm kind of excited about it. But this is why we have the whole month to play scary games. We're going to see a lot of new games, Phil, that maybe we've never seen before. And they're going to be scary, and it's not going to be... The Mortuary Assistant is another one we're going to be put on the schedule, but I think me and Funko might do that one together. Because I think it's a shorter one, but it's also super, super scary. I've reached my limit. Revolver ammo. Campground. Alright, just 2. That's fine though. You know what got me to play this game was Alan Wake in the Dead by Daylight game. Oh, there's something up there that I want to go to. Does he have a chainsaw, chat? Fuck. Oh my god, he's got a chainsaw, man. Oh, thanks for lurk, Sarah. Oh my god, he's got a chainsaw, man. What's up, Fleck? Can we get a shout out for Fleck, please? Alan is trying to wake up. We got the coffee and we're getting destroyed by these crazy shadow people, and like it's scary but also kind of cool. How are you? Not the chainsaw, exactly. I heard it. I did not want to do it. I know. I think did Tech Guy go into a meeting right now? I'll give you a shout right now. How are you? What were you playing last? And guys, we could Fleck a follow. Team Journey member. Home from work today. Ooh, nice. You're on the East Coast, correct? You're playing Dead by Daylight. So what's funny about this, Fleck, is that the character... Oh, did my game... I hope my game didn't break. Oh, cool. The game froze on my end, I think. The Dead by Daylight Alan Wake character is why I wanted to play this game. Also, this whole month we are doing a scary game. Scary game, video game playing. So let's see. A directory? What do you mean? I'm gonna see if I can restart the game. I don't know if it's the game or computer. Give me a second. Hi, Uncle Brownie. How are you? Alan's asleep. Yes. My computer's acting up. Everything's freezing. No, it's not crashed. It's just like about to. So maybe. I hope not. Okay. We're still here, which is good. Okay. I hope it's saved. Like, I think it auto saves. Yeah, because we've got 3 hours of gameplay in this already. So. Would be a bummer. Okay, looks like we've got a continue button, which is good. Yeah, I guess my computer was just like, no, don't do that. Too much. So I tried to get out of Discord and everything. But we've got OBS in the game and a web browser open. All right, let's go ahead and continue. I hope we're in the right area. I know, right? Okay, so it looks like we just have to fight Chainsaw Guy again. No big deal. Chainsaw Guy was pretty easy. Yeah? Here he comes.
Is a hazardous occupation.
Ooh. I'll get over here. All right, it's 2 down. And flare. Break him. Break him. Ooh, flare, flare. All right, easy. Can we get those guys banned, please? Thank you so much, Larry. Smooth as butter. It's flip table. What are you talking about? Yeah, we might have to add that phrase "best viewers" on to make sure that those guys do not do that anymore. I don't know where. Maybe the auto mod thing on Twitch. I could just add those words together. Because that's like 4 weeks now, 3 weeks now. What'd you read? Oh. Chainsaw Guy had to die. Oh, I see. ASS. I mean, Fleck, I've been getting them like nonstop the past like 3 weeks. It's been, I don't know what's been after TwitchCon or even before we were getting them, and it's the same like, it's the same name, it's the same like comment. Best viewers on. So it's like maybe I should just put that together. Oh, my phone's ringing. Gotta answer this.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What am I, crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be
Thank
there soon. Just make sure you keep the
Thank
lights on.
Yeah, that would be great. I need to add that to the banned phrase section because it's just getting frustrating at this point. And I'm just not understanding why.
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin.
A
but at
tent?
least I was out of the woods.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying. I thought I did, Funko. I thought I did. I think that's a tech guy question. I don't have Siri. Does anyone want to go camping with me? You want to go to the tent with me? Guys, come in this tent, okay? Come in this tent. Just come. Come to the tent. It's okay. Come. I almost missed this. I still have to fight bad guys. We're not done. We're not done. Reload. Get Siri bot. I thought we had it. This is a nice RV and a tire swing. Oh my god. Just like home. A tire swing, you guys. So cute. Closed for renovation. Ew. Nothing's worse than a cabin out in the woods bathroom or like a softball bathroom.
I had to find the key to the garage.
I found it. Another show.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads.
You got a unim boob, your posture sucks, and your clothes fit weird because you wear the wrong size bra.
The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single
Bill does not like my posture.
The story dies. Alice dies.
Bill, I'm gonna get you. Bill, next time I see you at the gym, I'm gonna go, Bill, your posture sucks. Oh. You hate camping. Camping's fun. Camping is fun. Pick up the manuscript. I'm gonna go into the ladies' room. Uncle, you don't know. You don't know what I do at the campgrounds. They have this thing in San Francisco, though, that's like, they do have campgrounds for a lot of gay groups, and, they do those things there that you're thinking. Cool. Is that where I'm supposed to go?
Anyway, forget that. Keep stretching.
Thank you for the stretch, Sarah. I hope you guys are stretching and posture checking as well. When you're sitting at your desk, you're actually supposed to sit upright like this. Like, I learned it in keyboarding. You don't want to be like this.
This trip sucks. It sucks.
Oh, look at them booty cheeks. I want the booty cheeks. Oh, wow. What sucks about it, tech guy? What's so sucky about it? Can we actually drive now? Okay, so accelerate. Cool.
I can do this all day.
Ooh, oh. How is he still awake? Like, what? Uncle Brownie, it's going good. You know, it's just 2/3. It's 140. And, we started today's October 1st, so we're starting our scary season games. I have like 4 to 5 scary games planned for us. One of them is going to be Resident Evil 5 during the charity stream on October 27th with our buddy, the Funko Beard, our bestie. And I'm going to play as Chris Redfield. Better get that done. Put that in the rating. I'm going to have to get up and check what's going on here. We love booty cheeks. What time is it where you are, Gunkle Gaming? He was in the way. Years ago, he was in the way. Oh yeah, we got some Tyler booty cheeks too. Look at those guys. Why am I like killing everybody? Should I just keep driving? I gotta get back to Barry quickly. Get out of my way. This is interesting. Okay, it's over here, right? Guys, it is over here. We know where we are. I know where we are. This is the beginning of the story. Barry's right up here. Ow. Oh no. They're gonna make me get out of the car. Gotta get out of the car. Sarah, what's Sarah? Oh, a flare gun?
Flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the
Oh my goodness. Dead. You're gonna die. That didn't need to do that, but I'm down here, big guy. I'm down here, big guy. Goodbye, big guy. Mother trucker, you chat. Everybody in chat. I'm scared. It's gonna happen right now. It had to happen. It had to happen. There's too many. There's too many. I'm scared. Too many. That was not the house, right? This was our house? Barry.
It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen.
Pick it up.
Listen. I'm gonna need time
Pick
to
it
finish
up.
it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
It's not done.
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is...
Ah, look out!
You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me.
Yes, I get you.
Oh, this is the other cabin. Okay, so we're close to the... We're not where Barry is, but we're close. Barry's up here. Because I complained about this one being a little too small since it has no kitchen and bathroom. Where am I supposed to go to the bathroom outside? Come on now. This was our place up here. Right, we're there. Oh, right there. We had a kitchen. We had a bathroom. We had a bed. We had a closet. We had a nice living room. Now when the Funko sleeps
Barry
over.
talked about birds over the phone.
Oh, Barry. The birds. Fuck you, birds.
Al, I am so glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds...
Open the fucking dude. Open the fucking door. Please. Open the door. Open the door. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Oh. God. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why, chat, why isn't he opening the door? Is he not open the door? Is he over here? Jesus Christ, why isn't he doing? Oh my god. Flashlight that go over there. It's treasure. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It really is. Come on. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Let him get close. I'm gonna let him get close. I'm gonna let him get close like they think they know what they're doing. Come here. Come here. A lot of birds. Here they come. Ready? Come here. Yep. I'm trying to, Barry. Can't hurt me. Can't hurt me. Can't hurt me. That's right. Can't hurt. I'm zapping him with my flashlight. I don't have to shoot any bullets, actually. Ah. Barry still has allergies. Okay. I'm actually getting hurt. Oh my goodness. Flare? Flare gun? I do. Another flare. They're close. There's too many close by. Okay. Are we killing some? That's what I don't know. Okay, behind me. Flare. No, flashlight. Got them. I have no more flares left, but I have 7 batteries. I'm gonna run away. Okay. I'm gonna hide over here. I'm taking him down. Hi, Frogsworth. Welcome back. How are you doing? Oh, oh, not the birds. Let my battery. Oh my god. I don't know how many I'm supposed to beat. I'm gonna wait till it's like fully charged. Okay, we're fully charged. Going back out there. Here we go. Get you, Beth. You messed with the wrong guy. You messed with the wrong writer. Oh God, run away! I'm afraid right now. I'm afraid right now. I beat them all.
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
No worries, Barry. I get that a lot.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
It is for real. You need a daddy hug? Any daddies in the chat room to give Big Mike a hug?
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be
Rose doesn't sound like her natural. Does Rose sound like her natural self?
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Told you. End of chapter 2. I like the sound. I like how it had like these chapters. It's an interesting take. Right? Daddy hugs all around. Daddy hugs all around. Theater guy, how you doing? I like this. It's cool. But does it do the whole song?
Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see
It's just like a TV show.
Tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry,
Except for
don't
I'm in it
share.
and
My
it's
best
scared.
friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page.
Oh, Fleck, was I supposed to do something like take a selfie or something? Because I didn't do that. And I might have missed it in the Discord.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
She sounds so melatonin monotone. I'm so. Gracie's moves
How
laugh.
the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
Sounds like you're
I don't know.
counting.
She's
people.
resourceful. I told you you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI.
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff.
Except for
Let's
we
make
won't.
this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer.
I'm Alan Wake.
Rose, she's
Hello?
a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all
I don't know if I
sorts of
like
weird
Barry with
stuff
these
in
like
the local
ankle
newspaper's
shorts.
archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and get this, most of this
Guy
stuff
here has
takes
a
place around Cauldron
limp
Lake.
in his walk.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, there was an
Okay,
island
cool.
there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles
This
I found
game?
about him make
Or
him
the
out to
limp?
be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he
Got
wrote.
camo pants on.
Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called.
Apparently, this game came out 14 years ago, you guys. 14 years. I think it does pretty well for a 14-year-old game.
Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky.
What the
But it would
flark?
take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
Yeah, totally. Oh my god, Randy's dogs? Can I get a hot dog, please? I want a hot dog real bad. A corn dog? Can I get a corn dog? Can I get a Costco corn dog? Those things are so good. Costco has some good food. Not good for you, but good. I think he's got like a wooden leg, chat. I think maybe. Do you remember what his name was?
A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook store. The Scratchin' Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the
Nice.
best part. All of the articles
I don't
about
remember
this stuff
where I
were
was.
written by
Probably
Cynthia
college.
Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Was that your boat?
Yeah, anyway,
Years ago?
she knew both Jagger
Why are
and
we
Zane
going to the
before they
dumpster?
both died, and she had some kind of a break.
Trying to find Rosie. Trying to find Rosie, bud. Alan Wake is sexy. Alan Wake is very sexy, especially Dead by Daylight. If you guys watch this stream for the rest of the week, and I hope you do, please consider getting Alan Wake in Dead by Daylight.
Well, mister.
Also,
this
if you're
here's
lurking,
Rose's trailer.
or you've been lurking in the background and you're enjoying the vibes, hit that follow
Just here
button.
to talk to her, pal.
Or if you'd like to support the channel, please hit that subscribe button. Come on, Baba. Yeah, we're just here to talk, buddy. What's in the corner over there, Barry? Knocking on the door. No, oh no.
Welcome to... Oh dear. Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey,
They have
this
good
is
food.
really good.
Rose.
She does work at a diner.
My manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry. She doesn't have anything.
Yeah,
May the force be with you.
Oh, what's... Oh...
Oh no.
Barry!
Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Oh, I haven't seen enough. Whoa. Is that the real actor who plays Alan Wake? Because he's kind of hot. I don't know enough Alan Wake cosmetics, but I did get the one with like the it was like the white one with like flannel.
Hungover. Only anger kept me going.
Oh.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive.
Nice, theater guy.
Each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right.
I have Alan as well.
She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do.
Like I really wanted to play Alan because he was cool looking, and then now I'm playing the game that he's in. I've never played it before.
The genre of the story.
But this girl's a little obsessed with us.
I'm getting close. I can feel it.
All right, Alan Wake's actor is adorable. Alan Wake's actor is adorable. You guys look at him. Let's go look at his face again. Ooh, Poppy. How you doing, Poppy? Oh, it's Bucktooth, you guys. It's Bucktooth from the. Yeah, he's adorable. Adorable. You think it's Alan's? What if he's already writing the story? We have a lot of theories.
Rose
though.
took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Do your dishes, everybody. Do your dishes. That's not fun. Rose, you okay?
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today?
Rose?
Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you.
Lahirs, how you doing?
A nice day.
Can we get a shout out for Lahirs? How are you, buddy? Is it late where you are? Barbara?
Barry was out of it.
No.
It was way too heavy to carry.
Yeah. I think they'll be fine, these two.
You're right. I deserve more money.
Oh my goodness, Barry.
So handsome.
Oh my god, Barry. Guys, don't be a Barry. Is there glass on the floor? What you doing? Is it hot in here? It's warm.
My gun and flashlight were gone. I'd have to
San
find a
Francisco,
way to
you
get
guys.
Barry into the car as quickly as possible.
I am not
There was
getting
no
in that
time to
car.
waste.
I am not getting in that car. A little sandbox. Nice. Why do they always make me go to sleep and then I wake up at night when it's scary? I don't even have any weapons. Can we get a shout out for Lahirs, please, please?
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, the weather's getting
Okay.
heavy.
Sleep well.
Nights like this make me especially
Sleep
glad
well.
I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional.
It's just me. I know. I don't want to get out of the game because it crashed the game last time. So, but again, this is why we have mod applications at the top. If you want to be a mod, I'm trying to get more during the day, so we can get shout out. It is pretty warm, but you know, it's not as warm as other places around the world. Thank you, organizer. Thank you, tech guy. To the car. I'm like trying to look for stuff because I don't have any weapons. Oh, okay. Why is this guy perfectly
Oh,
fine?
you're gonna get it now.
Oh shit!
God knows what you've done to that poor girl.
What?
This is Agent Nightingale, FBI. Get him up, Hemingway. You're under arrest. You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face. Stay right where you are, Blaine.
What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac.
I hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Jeez Louise, Chet. Am I supposed to just run away? Run! Run away! They have helicopters after us too? No, 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 that's not me. That's somebody else. No, 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 it's somebody else. It's somebody else.
Oh, damn.
Oh, Flark. Oh, Flark. Oh, oh, what am I supposed to do here? Good thing their aim sucks. Oh, man. Did I say that or did they say that? I tend to say stuff like that on accident. Is that a manuscript I see?
He's gone. Come on, guys. We need to head him off.
John, thanks for the alert. How you been? Did I get my weapon yet? Oh my goodness. Yeah, what the heck? I didn't have a gun. I can't believe that guy fired at me. More fires? Oh, it's a flare.
Search the area. Stay sharp.
Someone's breaking glass. There's no way you guys can see me. Oh man. What the heck? What the heck?
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
I've lost contact with Wilson when you were assigned to me. It's Wake's doing.
No, it's.
Are you seriously telling me that geek writer just took out my deputies? Are you kidding?
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Did she call me a geek? She called me a geek. Hide from the chopper. The birds. Birds. Oh man. Oh man. Oh no. That's gonna blow up, isn't it? It's gonna blow up. Yep. It blew up. Yep. They're dead. They're dead. Well, at least I escaped from the police. Is there a fire down there now? Yeah, there's a fire. Maybe we go down there. There's something over here. I'm gonna get my weapon, and I'm probably gonna get flare. Checkpoint reach and a flashlight. Maybe a flashlight, perhaps. Since I feel naked without all of it. Come on now. Ooh, okay. Look, toggle zoom. Toggle zoom. Zoom. Zoom, zoom. Oh no, is that another gas station? And that is where it's burnt. And that, is that a star? What is that up there? Huh. That's weird. Are those stars? Are stars. Okay. And from now on, I'm going to use Alan Wake with the little bandage on his forehead because I know where he's from. Okay, this seems like a interesting spot to sleep in. I don't think they sleep though. I don't think they sleep.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over. Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything.
What?
Hey, what are you doing? Come on. Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, if you know what I mean. Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over. Oh yeah, I'll bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
That was an accident, and I almost died. It looks like we
I
got
could see the lights at the radio station in the distance.
okay, radio station light. Should probably try to get there, huh? That's where that old timer on the ferry told us to go. Maybe he can help. Still no weapons though.
I imagine that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine. Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me.
I went there.
Get through with that fight.
Ow! A light. Light right here. And coffee. Isn't it weird there's always coffee? Turn on the light.
There's no power to the searchlight.
What? No power. How the fuck am I supposed to... How the hell am I supposed to put power there? Oh, okay. Stuff over here. Oh, there's a cord. Okay. Turn the generator on? I think we will. This makes me want to play DVD. An attic door? Where? Oh, up top there? In the room we just were? I can go back. Are you sure? Let me go back. Did it have weapons?
The old generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again.
The way he's narrating this like a book. Yes, you do. You do have to call me senpai. So tiring. I get so tired, guys. I get tuckered out walking. Is it close for life? Oh, it's good. It's good. Are you sure there was an attic? Oh yeah, there is. There's like a little tiny attic. My character is a slow. Oh, stuck. Is there an attic door? How do we get that open? How do we get that open? I'm sorry, but that bed doesn't look like it's for sleeping. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Well, does it need to be open? It might not need to be open because it doesn't look like there's anywhere to get in. Maybe. Maybe there is though. Why would it be there? My character is not good at climbing. And he can barely jump. Climb this. Let me climb this. Nope. I'm just gonna leave it. I don't think we need to get in there. Maybe, but I have no weapon, so this is strange. I need to get the generator to work so we can flash the light on the door. Destroying the gate is the best thing to do. We get to that area over there, which actually is pretty far. Generator seems to be not working fully. Oh, okay. Get it? Right into place. Okay. Broken. Everything needs to be open as proper etiquette. But if we don't know how, Uncle, what do we do? Checkpoint reached. Reach the radio station. The reach. The light. Reach and the light. Justice League. The team. The Outsiders. Another light. I finally got my flashlight. Love it. Fire truck. Creepy. Oh.
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Yes, they were. Come on, fellas. Didn't kill that guy. Would really like to kick his butt now. Shit, can't. I'm just gonna go run. Nothing I can do. Gotta keep dodging. Whoa. Such a good dodger. He got disappeared. He disappeared. He did not disappear. Oh, you son of a... More than one now.
And here's another call. You're on KBFFM with Pat Maine. It's Milt Peabody, Pat. What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's...
I don't know.
cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on?
Like from a pistol.
They're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
I think that's a manuscript over there. Let me go get it. Oh, come on, bad guys. Did you? I don't. Oh, come on, you guys. Oh God, please blow up! Please blow up! Please blow up! Okay, he's not gone. I think he's gone now. All right, cool, sweet. Where's that manuscript? Manuscript page. Can I climb up this? Thought I could. Seven more flashbangs. This point. I think I killed them all. Cool. Okay, getting somewhere. Another police car and... Oh man. How are you not dead, bro? Health is low. Spooky. But why though? Leave me alone. Oh, they're the deputies. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oops. Did they all blow up? Radio station. Nice. This started with us going to the trailer, right? Got drugged, then we ran from the police. Blow up. All right. I love this. Don't throw trash in my trash can.
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
The Night Owl, he says. The Night Owl, the voice of Pat Maine, all night, every night. I see, so he's a night owl. Early bird, start your day right, 7 to 10 a.m. 97.6 FM KBF FM, Bright Falls Radio. Don't you think Pat could have, like, maybe seen me? Hey, Pat, you good? Doors just open. How about moving your chairs there, buddy? Hey, Pat.
Oh, here's a little surprise. Famous writer Alan Wake just walked in, folks.
Bro.
I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview.
Come on in, Mr. Wake.
You told people I
I'm
was
so
here?
glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt.
Whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
What the heck?
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
Not us running away again. Oh, not this, chat. Can we stop running from the cops? I don't like it. What's
I had fallen
wrong
off
with
so
you?
many cliffs, it was ridiculous. That's
For
what you
real.
get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
How the flark am I supposed to get there? Manuscript? Chat, can we figure out why it is that I'm trying... Why they're trying to kill me? Why am I trying to get caught by the cops? Why does that guy hate me? Ooh, a generator? Okay. We're gonna try to do this generator quick because I hear bad guys. Come on, come on, come on. Run, bitch! Run! Hold up! Ah! Bitch. Flashbangs are cool. A gun! Yeah, bitch, I got a gun. There's a lot of guns around here, man. Just find guns everywhere. Oh, okay. Man, that was fine. Oh, jeez. Get in the light. You don't like the light? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Hmm? Nothing. Can't defeat me. I'm Alan Wake. I'm Alan Wake.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Yeah, exactly. My thoughts too. Totally. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Whew. Ooh. That was cool. That's cool. We're cool with that. We're cool with that. But that whole group thought that they were gonna beat me. What baby? No, I don't think so. Have to run across still because the water. Oh, I found the train. Wait, I almost missed another box.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. Alan. I'm so afraid. It keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
Recording. Sound like a recording, like a dubbed over recording. I don't know who's running that train, but it is pretty late at night. Another manuscript.
I could see a railway bridge up ahead and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
How do I get up there? Oh. Never mind. Never mind. We're just looking for a car, huh? This looks creepy. Okay.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
OMG. OMG. My face. Ow. Okay, ow.
The opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
What am I supposed to do here? Have super telekinesis powers? Just wondering, because I have no idea what to do. We'll figure it out. We'll find out. We'll make it happen. Just keep running. The darkness.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Everything. What am I supposed to do? Why is it going all slow? Oh, okay. Flashlight, duh. Ow. Oh, it's gonna kill me again.
The opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
What is this game? What is this? What are this? No. Nor. See if I could point the flashlight from over here. Right?
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger.
Yeah, maybe.
It was taking over everything.
You like one of these? Like one of these? Like yeah. Like because this stuff hurts. Like I'm gonna die again. No.
The opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Maybe flares. I think a flare would help. Or flashbang. Not just the flashlight. Flashlight's like a little tiny gun. Ow. Flares.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger. And it was taking over every
Here we go.
moment.
Yep. Seems to be working. Ow? Oh my god. I'm getting out of here. Uh-huh. We made it to the other side. But there's still shit thrown at us.
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist.
Yeah.
That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The
We got
darkness could possess
a heavy duty light
It's
flashlight.
getting closer.
Yeah. Got a heavy duty flashlight. Wait, there were batteries? Yes, batteries. And a gun? There's a gun. Oh, it's gonna be good. Ammo. 3 flashbangs. No flares anymore. Oh, come on. Can we just... That's fine. A flashbang should be able to take care of all them, right, guys? Oh! Another one. Okay, one more flashbang left, and this is opening at slow pace. Checkpoint reached. Fine. Heavy duty flashlight. Still takes a long time though. Ah, come on. Oh, okay, on it. Didn't want to die. Didn't want to die. Am I going up the stairs? Yep. You in light, you can hurt them. Okay. More flares. Find a vehicle. More weapons. TV should turn on. Another episode of The Twilight Zone.
We take the facts of our existence.
We're gonna watch it. I like watching these.
Unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering the vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs.
Night Springs.
Tonight's episode, A Family Occasion. Journalist Alvin Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition, but you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course.
What is happening?
At least what would I have to do?
Oh no.
Here, let me show you with a kiss.
Chat, what's happening?
Oh, Mr. Derleth, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 young, and all shall be glory. Shh, darling, be calm.
Shh. Alvin Derleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit. In Night Springs.
It was definitely spicy. I still think the first episode of that was my favorite, with the quantum suicide. It was just interesting. It had a lot of... Oh, okay. Shoot, alright then. Ow. Oh. Find a vehicle. Where are you, vehicle? Automobile? No. No, no. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is going on here? Ow. Hi. Penrose dropping high. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't know if Larry is here, but can we get a shout out for Penrose Robbins, please? This is not okay. I am not okay here. This got to be the boss, right? Got to be the boss. Applications to be our moderator on the channel are open until tomorrow. If you would like to be a moderator, let us know. Always looking for more people. Just to do shoutouts and ban if I need to. Oh, come on, guy. Oh god, oh god. Hello, hello. Oh my gosh, die. Okay. There's another guy. Thank you, Tech Guy. World of Warcraft. Oof. I have no idea how to beat this guy. That hurt. All right, so the flashlight's gotta work. Come on. Oh god. He's kind of losing it. Come on. Oh man, come on. Wow, I actually lived. We're alive. We're still alive. Oh wow. That's awesome. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this stuff. Give it to me. Thank you. I'll go over there and grab that stuff. Still have to find a vehicle. Okay. Oh, there's one over here. I don't want to miss that. You never know.
It's Brittany, bitch. And I am back.
I am back. Oh. I have all full ammo. I don't need that. But that was scary. I was scared. Trying to find a car. Oh, a car. A vehicle. Who would have thought? And coffee. Nice. Okay. Use vehicle. I hope it's okay. I hope we're okay. It works.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise.
Me too.
I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine.
Oh my goodness. The car thing?
The coal mine wasn't far now. Today, I would meet the kidnapper.
Welcome
and he
to
would give
Bright
me
Falls.
Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning
Coal
man
mine
with a
museum?
straw.
Drowning man will clutch at a straw. And all my weapons are gone? Why though? The way I run is a little silly. Let's go to that coal mine. I have a feeling they're going to knock me out again though, because all the bad guys come out at night. This is episode 3 we're on, but I didn't check because I don't want to know spoils. But if you'd like to Google and yourself and find out, you can Google. But I just ask that you please don't say anything in chat. Run! Rough road ahead. Rough road. This is pretty. Why didn't I just drive down to the coal mine? I'm out of breath and shit. There's another car. For those of you out there lurking or listening in and you're new here, you like the vibes, please hit the follow button. And if you'd like to support the channel, go ahead and subscribe. What's going on here? Oh, I can drive this car? Nice. Oh, I like this car. Like a Jeep. Whoa. Oh my goodness. It force turned me. It wasn't my fault. I didn't mean to turn like that, I swear. It's like, I think it's because the road? A little slippery. Is it a manuscript? Nope. I'm pretty sure when I Googled it, it was like a 15-hour game. So it's going to take us 3 days. We'll probably finish on Friday or Thursday. And if we do, we'll just start the next game. It won't be Silent Hill 2 because that doesn't come out till the 7th. But if we do start a game, I'm just going to pause that and we'll come back to it after we play Silent Hill 2. We might be, it might take 3 or 4 days. Oh, come on. Get up there. I did like that car. We have The Evil Within. We have Silent Hill 2. We have Resident Evil 5. Maybe Resident Evil Revelations I might start and then replay Code Veronica. And that might be the month of October. Although I really wanted to play we probably play Mortuary Assistant 2, or I really wanted to play Alien Isolation, but I think that's going to be a milestone.
G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order either.
So Alien Isolation is going to be a milestone.
I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now. Some people just shouldn't be carrying badges.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
Yeah. Oh, nobody cares about me. All these cars with just like nice gas and the keys are there. Like, confused here. Oh shit, dude. Sorry. Oh! Oh! Oh my god. I'm so sorry. This is so embarrassing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oops. Gonna go ahead and perfect parking. Perfect parking. All right. Yikes. That wasn't the way to go. Was there another car? There was another car, right? I hope. I'll just take my Jeep. Oh, I wanted it anyway. Ooh, this is my little guy. All right, let's keep going. Nobody saw a thing. I was just trying to park that car. Somebody told. Oh my goodness. All right, go. On the road again. Whoa, 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 God. It's hard to steer these. I drive very good, okay? I drive very well. Don't even. It has to go slow on these turns. Oh, come on. The gravel road. These tires have no traction. Okay, there we go. Also, a new car. I love new cars. I'm gonna go ahead and keep this one just parked in the middle of the road. Why not? But I'm gonna go up here. There's something up here. Hey, wait a minute. Isn't this where we came last time? Maybe? Or maybe it's a new place? Oh, it's a new one. It looks like it's the other one. Oh, how could it be new with the same bed? It's gross.
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune. Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special someone, that soulmate. Well, you were talking
Soulmate. We have several soulmates.
I was saying I don't buy it. Well, see, to me that's strange because I always pegged you as a hopeless romantic. You got me there, Pat. But I think love's where you look for it. And you need to do a lot of looking, sure. But the idea that there's that one special person out there for you, and if you miss that chance, it's gone forever, and you're forever incomplete. I mean, isn't that depressing?
I know.
Heck, childish even? Hey, there's plenty of fish in the sea. And apparently a fisherman has a fishing analogy for everything, but what you're saying, isn't that a little harsh? Well, no. What I am saying is that your potential for finding that connection isn't limited to what's essentially a chance.
I would not want to sleep in this. That doesn't even look comfortable.
I guess that's a nice thought, but let me say something personal here. Okay. Now, well, I don't disagree with you exactly, but I can't really fit that together with what I feel, what I felt for someone, because she was the one. She was. And I let her drift away from me. Maybe I didn't put in the work, I don't know, but
I don't know. I would love to work on a video game, voice acting. It'd be fun.
Like her. And I'm not saying I dwell on her or haven't moved on. I like my life.
So fun.
I'm living in the past, but I do miss the way she completed me.
Yeah, she totally completed you, especially at night and when you woke up.
I'm sorry, folks. I had kind of a scary experience last night.
I'm done listening. Oh wait, he's talking to.
Shaking a few things loose.
He's talking about us last night. Oh, what's loose, buddy? I'm gonna get that checked out. Right now, I feel me too. Well, I've been single for 5 years, 6. I lose track. I don't even know. We broke up in March of 2019. How long is that, guys? March 2019. It's a little over 5 years. It'll be 6 years, 2025. All right, here we go. Go to the coal mine. Wait. I want to check this out. I want to check this area out. Yeah, I want to do voice acting. Voice acting, I want to do commercials. I want to do TV shows, movies. Honestly, the acting class I'm in is really helping a lot. And also, what's going on? And also, you think I can make that jump? Oh, I can't.
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
You're single for 19 years? Dang, Phil. Dang, Phil. 5 years, 7 months, but who's counting? Oh. Tokyo Drift. Bright Coal Fall. Bright Falls Mine? Coal mine? Visitor parking is over here. I guess I have to park the car. That guy has been single forever, which means he's been single for eternity. Should we start a Tyler Games dating site? You guys can go on a date. Discover 25 coffee thermos. Go. While there were some earlier residents in the area, the true genesis of the town of Bright Falls came with the founding of the Bright Falls Mining Company and the opening of the Bright Falls coal mine in 1878. Although the work was hard and dangerous, many immigrants, Germans, Poles, Italians, Finns, and Swedes, among others, worked the mines. I know that was yours. I mean, mine. But you're saying you were single forever. So here's the museum. A lot of people died working in mines in real life. It's actually really dangerous, but they needed the money to support their families. And even in like the Industrial Revolution, it was really dangerous to work in factories. Like those machines killed people, bro. And they had kids working them. In 1970, a volcanic eruption below Cauldron Lake, while relatively minor, caused most of the deep mining tunnels to collapse or flood. 32 miners lost their lives in the calamity, and all mining around Bright Falls came to a final stop. Now, many of the remaining buildings are protected as historical landmarks. So. Do you ever just smell yourself? Do you ever smell yourself and feel like you need a shower? Welcome in, Am. Hi, Raiders. Hey, Raiders. Hi, Amp's community. Welcome in. My name's Tyler. We're playing Alan Wake. Have you ever played this game before? Show of hands.
Different scenarios ran through my mind.
Happy October, month of October. Happy just past. I know, right? The Industrial Revolution was so good. Happy past Folsom. Did you have a good weekend?
I was running.
So my month of October. Hold on, let's watch this cutscene. I'll talk to you guys in a second.
The bastard never showed up.
Daddy Alan Wake. Grr. Okay. So for the month of October, I'm playing a scary game every time we stream. I have about 4 or 5 games scheduled for this month. And Alan Wake is our first one. Dan, Pup Dash, welcome in. Wholesome, that's the raid message. Oh yeah.
Okay. Take it easy on the counter, will you?
Welcome in. Thank you, Pup Dash, for those biddies.
Hello?
How was your Folsom?
I'm gonna kill him.
I had to get to Mirror Peak.
So keep you up. I'll walk you up or catch you up. I mean, I'll catch you up to the shit. Ah, so loud and scary. So far the game is we're a writer. Our wife Alice is kidnapped. There's somebody who wants the manuscript. We don't know what the hell to do. I know. Welcome in, Raiders. I don't know how to leave. So a little rundown of me. If you guys don't know me, my name is Tyler. I'm on the stream team's Stream for a Cause. This month of October, we do Scream for a Cause, and we're going to do charities throughout the month. We're raising money for smaller charities. So we're doing charity streams. October 27th is, I guess I go down here. Nice. October 27th is this channel's charity stream. I'll be doing a collaboration with the Funko Beard, playing Resident Evil 5. It's gonna be fun. So if you want to come and join us, it's for a good cause. Our stream team is a really awesome stream team. We met them over the weekend a couple weeks ago in San Diego at TwitchCon. That was an awesome experience too. I'm also part of Team Journey, which is an awesome team that is a bunch of queer content creators that like to do collaborations like Among Us or Lockdown Protocol, Dead by Daylight, stuff like that. I applied for the Pride Guild, so we're waiting to hear back about that. If you haven't joined the Pride Guild, it's one of Twitch's Unity guilds. So it's a big thing, and you know, you get to set the pace of what you want to be included in, and stuff like that. Amp, if you haven't applied to the Pride Guild, I recommend it. I don't know when they're closing the applications, but you know, it's part of like the Latin Guild and the Black Guild and the Women's Guild. It's a good thing. Also, Amp, thank you for bringing your community over here. What's the Safe Word community? Welcome in. I hope you guys are enjoying your day. If you like to hit that follow button, if you're feeling the vibes, if you're already following, if you like to help support the channel, hit that subscribe button. And if you need to de-stream, get you some foods and drinks and go to the bathroom, I will take care of the community while I try not to scream in everybody's face, because you know, you are the Funko Beard. Okay. I do not have my flare. I have flares, but I don't have the flashbangs, which were so much more powerful. Because these things are a little scary. Get my big gun out. Uh-oh. Oh, my face. Oh, come on. Stop it. Stop where you are. Uh-oh. Okay. Not the... Oh my god. Oh god. Alright, so the objects also get carried up and they can hit us and they can kill us and it's not cool. Flashbangs. Nice. Okay. Reloading. The objects can't hurt me here. If I can still get them with the flashlight. Okay. I feel like there's a scary movie coming out this month, Chad. Is there a scary movie? I feel like I want to see one. It's definitely the month for scary movie. Uh-oh. I don't even remember what was said on the phone, but okay. There's objects trying to get me. What's up, Concho? What's up, Haslands? Hi, boyfriend thing. Can we get a shout out for both of these guys right here? That looks nice. That looks pretty scary, right? Oh, they're on the inside. That's fine. Concho and Haslands. Can we get a shout out for them? I think chat might be a little behind. How are you guys? What have you been doing? How was your weekend? Climb, climb, climb. Guess I got to meet both of these wonderful people during TwitchCon. It was really fun. I'm not going down there. I am not going down. Here, I'm going to drop that flare down there. Oh, I dropped it in the wrong area. Oh, I'm just going to go. Here we go. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Ash was playing DBD. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. I'm not dead. How was DBD? Concho was playing Just Chatting. What were we chatting about? And have you ever played Alan Wake before? Because I know you played DBD, and do you have Alan Wake as a survivor? I am OCD, so I'm going inside. Fuck that shit. Oh god, it's the tornado. Oh my god, it's the tornado.
The only way to reach the hillside ahead.
Turn off the power.
I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Turn off the power, avoid electrocution. Welcome in, you all. Thank you so much for being here. It looks like... Oh, fun. I love this. I love when a bunch of bad groupies come and try to... Oh, hi. Dead. Dead. Gonna reload my weapon. Oh, you think you're gonna get me, don't you? No. Oh, oh god. Dead. Oh, okay. Hey, flare. Drop the flare. Shoot him in the face. Reload. Insert battery. And battery's gone. All right. Oh, we're out of ammo here. Can shoot him again. Kill him. You haven't? Okay. Neither have I. But it's kind of it's a 14-year-old game. Okay. The reason I wanted to play it is because, again, in the month of October, I'm going to try to play scary games. I have like 4 or 5 planned throughout the month, along with like Dead by Daylight and some Fortnite. But Alan Wake is such a cutie in the game, and Dead by Daylight, I was like, I really want to play his game that he's been in. So, go. That wasn't too bad, right, guys? That wasn't too scary. When I have open area to like run around in, I think that I'm cool. I don't get so scared and paranoid. Hey, we were somewhere in Washington. We're in the northwest corner of America. Our wife has been kidnapped. We're in a town called Bright Falls, right, guys? Something like that. Night Falls, Bright Falls, something scary. Alan Wake is a writer. There are crazy people who are you can only beat them if you flashlight them, like until their like shield is broken, and then you can do it. Turn that off. Evil tornadoes come. I should drink some pumpkin spice. Well, it's where are you? Oh, well, you don't have to. Concho, you're in LA, right? I think. I'm in SF, so I'm about 6 hours north, but it's warm here too. I mean, I say warm, but it's not like 100 degrees. It's like maybe high 70s. Oh no, no! Stop it! Please go away. Those things, like that shit kills. That shit will kill. Oh my gosh. See? Just saying. Fuck. turn off the power. I am doing good. I am hydrated. I can drink a little bit more water. I'm almost out of it. The weekend was good. It's Tuesday, right? Tuesday. It's Tushy Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. It's Scary Tuesday. I'm scared. Come on now. Woo. Get him with the flashlight. Because these inanimate objects are controlled by the darkness or whatever entity is trying to kill me. And so I have to point my flashlight at it so that they can be blown up. High 70s. It is warm. Okay. I have the flare gun, which I don't want right now. Ow, guy hit me. Oh, right. Hold on. Okay. You know what? Actually, I do need the flare gun. I do need the flare gun. I missed. He was 2 feet ahead of me and I missed. This was like Mulan all over again. Dude, you're supposed to dodge that. Is it going through another heat wave? Ooh, boy. Right. Well, we're experiencing a heat wave too, but San Francisco heat waves are nothing compared to what you guys have. You know, we have to open the windows and we'll be fine. You guys, like, if you don't have AC, you're so rude. Which I'm like, why? I mean, why don't you have AC? I lived in Dallas for 10 years and that shit got hot. I think that we're not okay. We're not okay. Shield yourself. All right. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. Daddy's got you. Oh, God. Oh, no. So close. Let's exactly. Well, you know that one part, the one part in Mulan, and if you haven't seen Mulan and you don't want to get spoiled, cover your ears. But she like shoots the firework right at him and misses. And was it Chris Rock, Chris Tucker, or Eddie Murphy? What? I don't remember who voices the little dragon. It's like he was 3 feet ahead of you and you missed. But she wasn't aiming for him. She was aiming for the mountain to start an avalanche. Okay? This place is a little creepy, but there are items I can get. The thing about this game is every time you finish a chapter, you don't get to keep your items. So there's no point in like holding on to them. And then shit like this happens. Like kidding me? Oh my God. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Come on. Okay, reloading. Because the other guy's not dead. Yeah. Dodging. One more shot. Yeah. Oh! She came out of nowhere. Get my lithium battery going. Get out of here, bad guy. Eddie Murphy. What was Eddie Murphy? I grew up in Michigan up until I moved here to college. High 70s would be amazing right now, but no, high 90s and triple digits until next week. Gosh, Concho, that sounds really bad. I'm sorry. Do you guys, I mean, I know, are you in LA? I don't remember where you said you were, but it's not like there's some pools you can go to, right? Or the gym pool.
Attention Alien Army, we do have a raid incoming.
Welcome in, Duty!
Raid incoming.
Welcome in, Raiders! Oh, don't die. Not with the raid here.
We just become best friends.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Raiders. JP. Grant. Oh no, everybody's watching. Stop it. I'm tired of this. buffoonery. We're playing Alan Wake for the first time. First playthrough. Reason is Alan Wake is a character from Dead by Daylight, or in Dead by Daylight. Oh my Josh, welcome in. Oop. I'll give you a stop here. Give me a stop. Hi, Duty. There's a lot of like people who got their raid message banned. That happened to me, and I'm sorry. I know. Sorry, sexy. You got timed out for just existing. You're just too sexy. I know what's going on. I think it was for some reason, because I've had this happen to me before, but when I'm doing these big messages, for some reason, and it's a raid message, it shouldn't be. Hi, Zero. Defeated by Doors, welcome in. Everybody else, welcome in from Duty's community. So glad to see you here. My name's Tyler, a streamer here on Twitch. Currently playing Alan Wake. This game came out 14 years ago. Alan Wake is a character from DBD that you can purchase, because DBD likes to do collaborations or partnerships with scary games. The month of October, I will be playing 5 or 6 scary games. I have my October 27th Stream for a Cause, Scream for a Cause charity stream going to be doing with the Funko Beard. We're going to be playing 12 hours, and we're going to try to raise money for charities. We're going to be playing Resident Evil 5. What's up, my big booty friend? I miss you too. I miss you too. Did you have a good weekend? I know your message was just too dirty. It said booty. So yeah, Stream for a Cause, guys. Mark the calendar down. October 27th. We're gonna start at I think 9, right, Funko? 9 to 9. It's gonna be 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. It'll be a fun time. We'll play Resident Evil all day. It'll be that, or it's 12 to 12.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Is it Sex Simple? I'm just gonna say you're sexy. Thank you for the follow. I'm doing well, thank you. Outside of Stream for a Cause, we are also part of Team Journey, which is a queer content creator team that does a lot of collaborations. They play games like Among Us, Lockdown Protocol, Dead by Daylight, Mario Kart, all the fun team games. So expect a lot of, got a hype going. Thank you, Little Duty, for getting us started. Thank you so much. Duty for the 3 subs.
Subscribed.
The 3 months
Does it feel good?
I appreciate you. The Funko Beard, that's a cool dude. The Funko Beard is an okay kind of dude. If you don't know the Funko Beard, I think you do, especially if you do watch Duty stream, because the 3 of us were besties and we played, we hung out in San Diego all weekend. Oh yes, it's Duty's B-Day, so we're going to be celebrating that somehow. We'll have to give you a cupcake. But Team Journey, Stream for a Cause. Also, I applied for the Pride Guild. We're fingers crossed. Hopefully we get in. Pride Guild is one of the Unity guilds. If you're a queer content creator and you haven't applied to the Pride Guild, please do so. I don't know when the applications are closing, but I believe they will be closing soon, and they might not open for like another year. And you really want to be part of a guild because it's just helpful to get your name out there and again do collaborations with the community, especially your community that you identify with. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fun month. What I've got planned for us this month, and if you're watching in lurking, or you're new here and you're liking the vibes, please hit that follow button. And if you want to help with the channel, that subscribe button. But we've got Resident Evil 5. We've got, I think, Mortuary Assistant we can do in a day or two, right, Funko? We have The Evil Within that I have planned. We have Silent Hill 2 Remake, which I will be playing when it comes out on October 7th, which is next week. Right now we're playing Alan Wake. Should take us about 3 or 4 days. So we should finish by the end of the week. And then I wanted to play Resident Evil Revelations or restart Code Veronica X because we haven't beaten that, but both games are on the list. I write like a doctor. And yeah. So you're not playing, Chris, but how do I get stream to like buffer up? Everyone born in December and born in December and January? No. If you'd like to apply to be a moderator here on the channel for Tyler Games, the application is at the top pinned. We finished the applications tomorrow, and we're going to go through them and pick like 3 more people to add just so we can get shout outs and timeouts and bans. Okay, cool. We could do more. We'll add that too because I really want to play as many scary games as we can this month. It'll be really fun. Judy, how you doing? We're gonna play a little bit longer, you guys, but my whole thing was to finish a 5-hour stream. But we'll play to the end of the chapter because I think we're close to being done. Well, we have you as a partner, so it's going to take us just one try because you're so amazing at video games. You really are. You're just so good. I'm not being facetious at all. You could start any kind of video game, and you're just amazing at it, Funko. That's why you're the best. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I know. You said that, and I want to play a really scary game. This game is suspenseful and thrilling, but I would feel like the Mortuary Assistant might be a little bit more scary, and we should probably plan it for like the evening, like at night, because I want to be, you know, I want to make sure that I'm spooked. Did I go through the right area? We came in here, right? We came in here. There was stuff there. I went this way. Tried to fight for my life. Went this way. Went up here. Yep. Okay. Went in here. Came here. Fought for my life. Okay. Then what happened? If you like the Resident Evil games, you'll probably like Obscura games. We definitely like Resident Evil. On stream, I have streamed Resident Evil 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4 were the remakes. And then 5 is going to be next. We've also streamed half of Code Veronica X, but I got stuck on the airplane trying to fight Tyrant. I don't have enough ammo, and I'm not good enough to not get hit. So, that is awesome. I have Revelations that I might want to be doing because I have Revelations 1 and 2. To tell you I was lost for 2 rounds, I finally got chat guided me to the actual... On, what, the game? So, yeah, the Funko and I are going to do a collaboration stream again, and it's going to be like, I'm playing the game while he's maybe not narrating, but there. And it will be spooky. This is where they go, right? Are there clues at least? Like, it's not just so... What do I do? Oh, God. Shit like that happens all the time in this game. I'm used to it. I'm always out of ammo, but that's okay. Can I open this? Awesome. Reach mirror point. Woo! What was that sound? Okay. Okay, Mortuary Assistant, yeah. No, it'll be cute. I have the game. I just need to download it.
There was no way the
That'll be another one I'll download. We'll figure out which one, which day to do it on. Maybe like a Saturday night. Still wondering what this does. Maybe it stops it from like moving on its own. Okay. Well, we can take turns reading. And we'll have both our chats there, so it'll be good. Plus, it seems like your chat's already played it. All of our communities have we're like a cesspool. That tree just fell. It just fell over, Phil. A cesspool of communities here. Duty, how was your day? Did you enjoy your games? Were you playing DBD? And if you need to de-stream, go to the bathroom, get some food, drink some water. Oh, fun. Fun. I got... Ooh. Oh, man. I think they want me, guys. They want me? Well, I know you know what to do now. But you're not supposed to tell me. But you're probably gonna give hints, aren't you? All right. Almost out of bullets. All right, got a big guy out there. A flare.
Run, bitch!
I know, right?
Run!
I know, right? I'll reload my gun. Let the battery get up. We'll try to hit one of them over here. Okay, I think I got one, but there's a big guy, and I'm running out of bullets for sure. Let's not miss, huh? Oh, God, that hurt. Big guy's right here. Come on. Come on. Oh, blow him. Okay, cool. Blow him up. Oh, Obscura. Ooh. Is that a big guy too? Second big guy. Okay, here we go. Last guy. Not dead, not dead. Cool. If you're new here, you want to know the raid schedule, the stream schedule, I stream Monday through Fridays. Optional weekends. If I say I'm going to be streaming on the weekend, I'll post it. I'm working on the October schedule. It's almost done, but I will post 3 hours on social media, 3 hours before I go live. So today I posted around 7 in the morning. If you want to follow us on social medias, go ahead and hit that. Root, thank you for, how you doing? Welcome in. All my socials are there. I'm on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. I have YouTube, and you can join the Discord as well. Stay informed. If you're lurking in the background, you like the vibes, go ahead and hit that follow button. Dude, I need to take a shower. I think I stink. I think it's the hotness of today is making me all hot and bothered. Oh my goodness. I'm going to come up here because I saw like a coffee mug. Arrow, probably some ammo, which I could really use right now. Going into the cave and a supply crate right here. Thank you for the supply crate. Got flashbangs, which I need to remember that I do own those. And these are going to become very helpful when we have huge groups of people. Like you guys. Ow. Ow. Blow up. Cool. Kill 4 tainted. Taken with a single flashbang. That's what we did. Got an achievement. I think it'll be okay at night. You know, it's San Francisco. We get the bay. We get the ocean. We get coral. We get coral. Hello there. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up, and get down. Jump, jump, jump. Hey, Funko, when you talk about those changes last night, did they already make those? The changes for Twitch? Gimme. Wait, why do I have a shotgun? Oh, okay. Never mind. Ignore me. There's gonna be an ad in 15 seconds. I can't hit the snooze button. Maybe somebody else can.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice.
Yeah.
If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint
Yeah.
and make him talk.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, this says hold down to switch pump action. Let's get the pump action shotgun because it looks cooler. There is just like too much to do. I don't know where to go, but I'm gonna go this way. Start with something. Okay, there's a guy right behind me. Oh. Holy crap. Got killed 2 taken with a single shotgun. Yeah, baby, I love that. I love getting achievements. They're cool. More bad guys. Oops. Ooh. I think that's everybody, yeah? Maybe? Nope. I'm gonna go see what's over here because I like to explore. coffee mug. Oh no. Leave me alone. Bye. I mean, that's just what's gonna happen if you guys keep bothering me. I'm gonna blow you up. Love the shotgun ammo and the flashbang. Thank you so much. Let's reload this. Thank you, Phil. What's in the fridge? What's in the fridge? Nothing? You gonna Uh-oh. Wanna run? Wanna run? Ooh. Yeah, bye. Turn that on. Just gonna get in front of the light just so I can hit me. Right, everything seems we're good, chat. We're good. Everything's fine. It's all good. I'm just gonna keep following these things. Remember, we don't save our ammo or even get our weapons back after the end of a chapter, so that seems like 5 guys. I'm gonna turn this on, and then I'm gonna wait till everybody gets really close, and I'm gonna. Okay, cool. Yeah, got one more. All right. All good. Seems to be good here. Keep going down the path, and I'm gonna reload here. Actually, I only have six bullets left, so I'm gonna keep those for the. These are so close all the time. Oh god, please turn it on. Oh god. Oh, they're beating the shit out of me. Oof. Oh, crap. Oh. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
Mommy, you in danger,
We are
girl.
fine. We're fine. I promise. We're fine. I don't know where we're going, but we're fine. Reach the Mere Peak. Mere Peak Lookout. My ammo is okay. Like, why? Okay. Did we just make a circle? I think we did. Water is bad. You will literally drown. We don't know how to swim. Oh, this is where I came from because I got the shotgun there. Huh. Wait a minute. I think I know where to go. If the on the top left, it tells us like a little tiny yellow dot where we should go. So we're gonna go this way. 9 bullets left, plus 6 shotgun bullets, plus 6 flashbangs, which can take out groups. We're gonna keep going this way. Suppose I was in the right area.
Bruh.
I know, right? And then we weren't. Oh, I think I know where to go. Up there. I see something up there. All right. Go through here. Walk up this little hill. More light means it's like a checkpoint, right? Maybe? Checkpoint reached. Nice. Focusing on... See, like, trees are just falling over, man. Trees are just falling over.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach.
For real?
Was it going for Alice?
I don't know. Are these graves?
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
It is a grave. Wow, okay, they're very fast. They're like super fast. Pull up. Okay, I think that was all of them? No. Jeez Louise, I don't like being fast, come on. I mean, do you have to be like super powered? That's like a whole freaking gun round, man. But they're dead. It's okay. They're dead. Huh. I don't think I can go over there. Personally, I don't have superpowers like some of these evil guys. I cannot jump across that. And this does not look like a good. He's a killer. Yeah, doesn't look like a good graveyard.
He's a mess.
They're great. They're buried on a hill. Oh, there's a house in here. Little cabin, shed, tool shed. Turn the power on. Nice. And the checkpoint. Nice. We have batteries, but we're running out of ammo. Okay.
The place was dead. A ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
Oh, man, seriously, man? This crap again, just moving on its own. We're going this way. We're going forward. Let's go. Nice. Oh. Jesus. Inanimate objects shouldn't move on their own. Okay, so I got another achievement. B. Oh, another manuscript. Good, good, good. Ooh. Checkpoint. Gray Peak Gorge. Originally founded in 1928, Gray Peak Gorge Mining Town was one of the permanent settlements of the Bright Falls Mining Company built for its workers. The nearby graveyard is a testament to the dangers the miners face on a daily basis. Most of the men who lost their lives over the years here were buried there. A grim reminder to be careful for those who remained. Gray Peak Gorge was abandoned for almost overnight when the Bright Falls Mining Company closed its doors in 1970. Welcome back, Sarah. Cross the ghost town. Cross the ghost town. That's happened before, yeah. I mean, I've never done that, but I have left the house with my computer on watching a stream that we've raided and then come back and it's on another streamer, so. How you meet new people. You meet new people. Picking up them batteries. 3 bullets left. Not looking good, chat. I hope we're at the end of the chapter. Only because I don't have ammo. And it is freaking hot. Let's just go ahead and cross the ghost town. Checkpoint reached. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna run. Oh, God. Oof. I'm just gonna go ahead and... Yeah, I'm just gonna keep walking. Alrighty, then. Thank you, all the raider. Yep, definitely. Okay, tech guy. Did we win? Checkpoint reached. Okay. But where do we go? This way? I think we go this way. I think. Ooh, Jesus. No. No, that's like really big. Oh my gosh. Oh. Stop it. Okay, that one's gone. It's left. Okay, come on. Nice. Cool. Safe haven. It says safe haven on the wall. I wonder if this is the end. Be weird. It wouldn't be weird, but I feel like you always have to fight like a boss or a group of people before they allow you in the chapter. What did I pick up there? A key. I got a key. Okay. That must be the key to the door. It is. Let's open it. Fun. Here we go. Let's see what's inside. Coffee mug. There's ammo. There's flare gun. Oh, good. Reload it while we can. Yes. They love to throw giant objects at us early on in the game, not the light.
Anything outside of riding is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams.
He's kind of cute though, right? Alan Wake?
For a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake.
He looks very
Zane believes
scared.
It's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness
He's like
above,
this.
where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
He's not plagiarizing, is he? He's just using it as another shotgun. All right, switch to the hunting rifle, guys. I don't know. Shotgun felt like it did okay. Let's go ahead and switch. Just switch, huh? See, it's preparing us for battle. Here we go. Reach the Mere Peak Lookout. Mere Peak Lookout. What is down there? What could it be? Climbing up the ladder. We're up one set of ladder. There is another ladder. Here we go. Checkpoint reach. We're climbing up another ladder for those of you who are only listening. I know sometimes you have to work and just listen in the background. So I'm going to try to narrate what we're doing. Follow, follow, follow. Oh. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oop. Cell phone's being... Here we go.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
Doesn't know how to read or write, unfortunately. So if I go towards the arrow, there's usually like objects that I can get. Yep. A cache. Maybe more ammo. This would be good here. Flare gun ammo is actually pretty good because these are like instant kills for these guys. Remember? There we go. Try to run up this hill. See, I feel it in my bones, Chad. I feel like we're close. We've only went 40 minutes over time, but that's okay because we got raided twice. I want to make sure that we're hanging out with the communities of what's the safe word in Lil Dudiana.
Birds.
Birds of a prey. Birds of a prey. Lock together. Oh no. Oh god, you guys. Okay. Oh. Okay. Well. Don't do what I did. Don't jump off the fucking... I don't know. I feel like I have to go back and check. I'm weird. I did open that, right? You gonna see it from here? Can you see it from here? I opened it, right? Yep. So here we go. Don't jump off the cliff. That's an instant death. That's not fun. Nobody wants to do that. Run up this hill. Birds.
Birds.
And they are crazy birds. These birds took down a helicopter. Let's remember that, okay? Let us just remember that these birds... Ooh. But all you gotta do is point your flashlight at them, and you like... Oh, oh god, don't die. Ooh, almost did it again. Almost fell off the cliff again. Burn, bird, a bird, bird, burn. Shoots. Shoot. Alright, I'm afraid to jump down there. But it said, what did it say here? Danger, do not enter. Right, we have no choice. Holy moly. We have no choice but to enter. Got away from the birds, we've reached a checkpoint. This is the mining. The mine. Very scary, very demure, very spooky, very mindful. Tunnel, cauldron link. What's it say? Tunnel goes to Cauldron Lake. Is that Alice? Alice, exit the silver mine. Alice. Alice. Is this where we're supposed to go? I don't know where we're supposed to go. Let's just go. See, he does get tired.
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain.
Okay. Oh, goodness.
Alice?
Alice!
Whoa. Whoa.
I'm losing it. I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, please. Let's get out of here, because, yikes, okay, so there's a manuscript down here. I guess that was worth it. I'm gonna run back up the hill. Don't like that my character gets out of breath. I understand, but he's just a little writer. He's not a fighter.
Water.
Who's Sarah?
Water.
Who's Sarah?
Water.
Hydrate.
Water.
OMG. Alan. Why? Flares, flare, flare. Thank you, flare. Ow, my knee. My knee. See, that sounds to me like it's more bad. More bad guy. Huh. Okay. Chat, what are we dealing with now? Is this a boss? Oh, fun. Okay. Let's just blow them all up, because I don't want to deal with them right now. And since we're dealing with, what is this, a flare? Shoot him in the flare gun. You know, I don't want to deal with it, and I have what I have. I have what I have, right? I don't really need to mess with them right now, right? That was fun. Revolutionary. Why do they give us more than one choice? You know I'm not the best at making decisions. Not me trying to be completionist. Just follow the trail, buddy. Can I get up there? It looks like... Oh, nope. Checkpoint.
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Totally. And I get that. I totally get that. All right there. Let's go ahead and get it right there. Climb the ladder. Climb the ladder. Hit the button. And now I would like to bring it back up to about... Ooh. Whoa. Maybe here? Right, chat? Maybe right here. Go over here and do the jump. Okay. Good. There's another ladder up there, but before we go up there, there's something around here. Something around here, rather, that I would like to do. Perhaps right here. Looks a little bit good. Get on this ladder. We're going to climb the ladder, and then there's another leap to do. Let us go. Jump. Walk. Oop, can I turn that on? Walk. Now, see, this would just be scary. Because, like, one... Whoa! That was not cool. One false move could make you slip and fall to your death at the bottom of this cave. Mine. Now, I know. You're thinking, Tyler, why would I ever do that? And I'm thinking, well, chat, I don't know why, but you might. You might. And if you do, just watch this step. Oh, that's good. Okay, so now we have that. Meaning I can... Okay, meaning I can do this. Boom. Back here. And go a little bit... Nope, a little bit higher. To about there. And then we get on that. Head. This is the longest chapter we've been in so far. Chapter 3. Still the longest chapter. Several, like, we went through a whole day trying to get our wife back. We don't really know if this killer has the wife, but kidnap her. We have the manuscripts. We don't have the full manuscript, but we've been picking up pages along the way. Flashlights. Flashbangs. Looks like we're at the top of the mine. Maybe we can escape the silver mine. Alright. Are the birds still out here? Because the birds were scary as fuck. I wonder. I'm going to keep going, but is there anything I can get down here?
Did we just become best friends?
Yep. Moon, thank you for... Oh my gosh, the birds are still here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the community. I wonder. Perhaps I get the top of this mine. Oh my goodness! Ah! Alright, the birds are scary. They're still here. Get away from me. Oh, wrong button, man. I needed that. That's okay. We have 3 flashbangs left. We'll get some more. I know we will. Tags, how you doing, buddy? I haven't seen you since TwitchCon. How was the rest of your weekend? How was your week? How was your weekend that just passed? Grab all these. So it's saying to reach the lookout. This looks like the lookout. Maybe not. We're gonna keep going though. We're right here. I wonder if there's something up here. There's a manuscript or a scroll. It's a manuscript. We need these, okay? We're focusing on... Wow. Let me do that one more time because that was pretty. Giving us a huge view of the Rocky Mountains. Or the mountains. I don't know if they're the Rocky Mountains, but... It mentioned Rocky Mountains somewhere. It hurts. I fell a little bit and it hurt my knee. So now that we're up here, we're gonna run down here. We're gonna get back to where those birds were attacking us, and I think that there's a lift we can do. Birds will come back. Totally. Did you have a good TwitchCon, Jags? Boom! Nice. I love that.
Oh, great. Another cable car. Just great.
I love cable cars. Right. flashlights. Flashlight art. I hear him. Oh, Jesus Christ, chat. Mother trucker, chat. Chat. You damn birds. Nobody wants you here. Why is this cable car so slow? They're coming back. They're coming back. Why is it going so slow? No. We're almost there, please. We're almost there, please. No, we are so almost there. Hey, we made it to the other side. That's really all that's important. We might not have made up there, but... Oh, crap. Right? Seriously? Are they trying to kill me? Are they trying to kill me? Chat, something tells me that they are trying to kill me. Get all that? I don't know. It could be the fact that anytime I do anything, something's always trying to kill me. Checkpoint reached. We're almost there. Let's go. This is such a long walk. Tyler's hungry. Would it be better to have like ravens after me? Okay. More rifle ammo. There's definitely bad guys here because there's like distortion going on. That's usually right there. Oh. Yeah, get out of here with your snappy boom. You. Okay. All right, we're good. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Haven't been here before. Checkpoint. All right. Ooh. Get all that ammo. Cauldron Lake, the 8th deepest lake in the world. Cauldron Lake is a caldera lake. Formed in a volcano crater, the volcano itself could be considered to be active, but it has not erupted since the volcano earthquakes of 1970. And even then, the underground activity was comparably mild. Despite some property damage, there were no casualties. Cauldron Lake is one of the most beautiful spots in the Bright Falls area, as well as a central figure in many local folktales. It's a popular recreational area for the area residents. Come on down to Cauldron Lake, where you too can get fried alive. Fried alive. Fried calamari. Ooh, girl. This game is trying to kill me. This game is trying to kill me. Cutscene? Or not a cutscene? Oh god. Okay. We got this. Another achievement. Love it. Goodbye. All right. And this is just your friendly reminder if you're out there lurking, you came in through either raid or you just found us through the channel and you're enjoying the vibes, go ahead and hit that follow button. We're trying to get to 2,500 followers. Much appreciated. Ooh, spooky. Real spooky. Okay. Blair got this is like the longest chapter. And the only reason I'm keep saying this is because I would like to finish at 6 hours in because I'm hungry. And we might do that anyways. Oh, my tummy, my tummy. Manuscript. All right. I feel like we're so close to finishing though. Alan could just get his cardio together. We are. I feel like that might be it. No, maybe not. Oh. Across the mountain ruins. Oh, shit. Okay, can I climb it? Can I kick it? Oh, I can kick it. Okay. Much better than climbing. You can kick. Now this looks cool, except for super destroyed, abandoned house. A big house. A mansion, maybe. Oh god, it wants me to enter the basement. That's not scary at all. I swear if it... Oh. Oh gosh. Oh, that's a lot of writing. Tom. Tom. I curse you, Thomas Zane. Tom is the book writer that we had heard nothing of. CW and Thomas Zane. CW are the initials and Thomas Zane, TZ. I miss you, Tom. Tom, this is very spooky. You talk to me on TV, Tom. Oh, Lord. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. I miss you. Did you write this? Tom. And this is all in the basement of this crazy house. I'm going to go up the steps and see what's upstairs. Because why not? Oh, God. It's just as creepy on the first floor, chat. I'm going to let you know. I'm going to get some shotgun ammo, even though I think I have a rifle. Oh, gosh. Oh, more ammo. An earthquake is happening, but we know that's not an earthquake. We know that it's the entity trying to kill us. You know, it's okay. Tom. All right. There's a lot here. Here we're gonna do here. We're just gonna toss a grenade. I hope that killed some people. We're gonna toss another one. Okay. Then we're gonna go ahead and flash it on this guy. There's a big boy here. Okay. You ready for another dodge? Because dodge is gonna happen. Flash it on this one. Oh, that hurt. That guy's gone. That guy's gonna die. Reload. Come on. Go. Woohoo! Tom is what now? Tom is the only top in this town. Clearly, because that looked like a top room, by the way. Yeah, I can host. Yeah, they can definitely host, chat. You know, abandoned old warehouse. Dirty mattress on the floor. It'd be like a beer can next to it. Jump. All right, I think we're on the back side of this. That was a lot of fighting right there. Some fighting words. I have 15 flares. That's good. There's a coffee mug over here. Oh yeah, we love coffee mugs. Can I open this now? Wonder. Okay. Across the mountain ruins. We're still trying to get to the peak of whatever. Going down here. Reach the Mirror Peak Lookout. And honestly, I am gotta let you know, I don't even know where the Clark that is.
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat.
Who's Tom? Thomas Zane, the writer of the books that we were looking at in chapter 1.
I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find.
Me too. You know 2 Toms?
Hey, I'm here! I'm coming! No! Get away! Sorry! Please, lady! The boss didn't know who he was messing with! I didn't know! I swear, I didn't know! We don't have his wife! We don't know where she is! She's probably drowned!
You don't have my wife? Alan Wake. Don't kill him, Alan. How dare you? Okay, whoa. Okay, now we're passed out in the bed, or in the lake. That was our wife. Did we die? Or are we just trying to write a good story? Someone's saving us. Someone's saving us. Yay! I knew we were close. Oh my god, that was perfect. Perfect ending to 3.